Hey, what's going on, everybody? Welcome to TOTSUGEKI. I am Dr. Science. We are here on Matchstick Melee, and I am joined by the incomparable Low Kick Esports Zone Dynamite. Welcome. It's good to be here with you, man.
Wow, thanks. That was an incredible intro. I hope I live up to it through the rest of the stream. But yeah, I'm excited for Totsugeki #1 and some more Guilty Gear Strive, especially with the amount of people that we have in bracket. Almost 60 players decided to sign up. So it's going to be some good ones for sure.
Yeah, it's funny. These registrations all happened like overnight too. A couple days ago, there was like one person in bracket. I was like, it'll be all right. Cozy little tournament. Have a nice, relaxed little afternoon. Here we are 2 days later with like a full bracket, almost at cap. And you love to see it. People are really out there grinding Guilty Gear right now.
It's true. I've seen players from all over in many different regions joining brackets. And the way that it happens is brackets will sit at like 10 players. And then there'll be a tweet where someone says, yo, are there any Strive tournaments today? And then like a million links will go out and then the
Just
bracket
joins,
numbers
yeah.
just blow up. Yeah.
Yeah, you
So
just
it's
sort of
nice to
get one
see.
retweet at a point, and then all of a sudden there's like a full bracket. But you love to see it.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm excited to see the evolution of the game as well. I was speaking about this yesterday, but we're starting to see a lot more of the more nuanced characters kind of rise to the top of the bracket results and top eights. So I'm excited to see what today brings for us too.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm pretty impressed so far with there's it's still early obviously, but there's been a good sort of variety of characters in top eights and winning tournaments and stuff like that. So I'm excited to see how the meta kind of, everybody talks a lot about Soul. We all know Soul is good, but there's some other characters out there, doing work.
For sure. I mean, if you look at the EU scene, Mystic Smash is one of the best axles they have out there. And the Salt Mine League actually had two axles in top three. So second and third place went to an axle. One Mystic Smash, second place Barry Bones. So yeah, there are other characters that are definitely doing work. We have Macho in the bracket running Zato 1, right? So that's another character that's been doing a lot of work. Nokami put Zato on display last night as well. So both of those players have been doing really well in the scene for Zato. And then Kai, like I don't know if you caught the House of Chaos tournament on Thursday, but yeah, Kizzy's Kai is, I mean, it changed my mind on that character altogether. So yeah. I think that the characters that weren't natively strong, you didn't just like, who's the main character? Soul Bad Guy? Okay, great, I'll pick him, but if you actually take the time and look through the rest of the cast, there are some that are starting to make their presence known.
Yeah, and my personal favorite, fortunately, May is in the upper echelon of characters. I'm definitely getting carried through the floors right now, and we're here on the May ship to celebrate Totsugeki.
We are. I'm going to get a lot of screen caps and DMs in Discord due to me being on the jellyfish pirate ship. So it is what it is. I don't blame you, Doc. The character is definitely strong. And to be honest, I think that whatever character has you enjoy the game is the one you should play. Like 100% honesty. I tell people all the time, especially when the game drops, pick the character that you have the most fun with. And then if there's someone more difficult that you want to learn later on, go ahead and do that. Because part of learning the game is picking up the systems, picking up, how the flow of it, what's the meta looking like, things like that when you're at that intermediate level. So yeah. I did the same thing. Like I started out with Nago, and then I was like, I'm old, I don't want to work. So I just went to Ram and was like, okay, I'm now having a great time. So it's one of those things where I can't really critique people on, but it is something that I do encourage people to try out. Is like, hey, this character is an easier time for me mentally to just focus on the base nature of the game, and then you can go into the more complex stuff. Unless you're like a lord, and then you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, I'm definitely full, just brain off still, playing May, doing Dolphins. Once I sort of level up the mental game a little bit, maybe I'll try somebody else. But for now, that's sort of where I'm at.
I can't blame you one bit. And overall, though, I've been having a lot of fun with Strive. I've been playing it. If I haven't been commentating it or watching it, I've been playing it. I'm not quite sure how I get any actual work done with my day job, but I've just been having a great time with the game. It's so much fun to just go in and know that the matches, for the most part, 90 to 95% of them are going to be just playable, right? And I don't have to worry about that part of the game, and so it just frees up my mental space to think about actually playing, which who would have thought changes
Yeah.
everything, you know?
Yeah, and you know, here at the Matchstick Melee stream, we did a lot of like TVC tournaments and stuff like that, where it's like we run it all NA just because you know you want to give everybody a chance to play in those kind of tournaments. There's not that many opportunities, but you know, you have problems running it. Here in
Yeah,
Guilty Gear, as soon as you get those matches going, you're good. It's just a
absolutely.
matter of making sure everybody's in the lobby and
That is,
connected.
yeah. Those are those small, well, those are the hurdles that are there, you know, and hopefully we get more and more improvements. I know that there have been a couple of patches to try to balance out stability.
Mhm.
Spectating still can be difficult. No, we're trying to hash around that part, but like you
Mhm.
said, once the matches do get going, you get to see people play who normally you wouldn't be able to see play at the level that they would want, right? Like in a connection environment that's really smooth and good. So I'm excited to see how that affects just the development of the game and players in general.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. And just so everybody, ooh, sorry, I keep like whacking my mic here. Um, yeah, so just so everybody knows, we are running this on PC. It is a PC tournament, so we're on that crispy 1 frame of input delay, and also we are running 3 out of 5 the whole way through. I know there's been a lot of talk about, you know, do we want to do 2 out of 3? How volatile is the game? We're running 3 out of 5. This is my tournament. I get to decide it. I get to do what I want, and I decided I want to do 3 out of 5. I want to see more matches, so that's what we're doing.
Yeah, you know, there's been a lot of discussion about the 2 out of 3, 3 out of 5 scenario.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
as a TO myself, I'm torn, right? Because I'm often like, look, 2 out of 3, get your matches. Look, if you want to win, just, you know, win it and then keep going. But at the same time, I've seen events start to run 3 out of 5 all the way through, and it ran kind of smooth. I think the big difference will be, how does 2 out of 3 or 3 out of 5 work in an offline environment where people just can't connect instantly and just start playing, right? You have an infinite amount of setups online, whereas offline, it's, you know, you got to corral the people to the station, you got to make sure they're playing, you know, if they're on stream, etc. So I think that that's going to be something that we look to in the future. But speaking of in the future, we're arriving to our first match of
First match,
TOTSUGEKI.
Phampy. That should be Phampy with an M, not an N. Phampy, I wanted to get him on here. He helped me train May a little bit. He's an old school TVC guy, and he's been playing May online here, so I'm really excited to see. This is what's actually happening here. Button checks for an online match.
Maybe a little bit of a button check scenario. Pick the wrong character, perhaps.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Kill off the ram. Didn't want to play the ram. Oh, they're doing 3 out of 5 rounds. Yeah, that's a mistake.
Okay.
It should be 2 out of 3 rounds, 3 out of 5 games, right?
Yep. Definitely don't want to mess with the round count. It was actually that was like one of the initial conversations was, should we change the round count? And I was, you know, that's when I was like, whoa, hold on, because that changes so much, right? Because your burst timings,
Yeah.
all of that really does change the way that you approach the game. So
Yeah. The 3 out of 5 games is just, you know, about like sort of more stability, because you can definitely just like, you know, lose 2 rounds in a row if you just get, you know, you get mixed once or twice or whatever. 3 out of 5 rounds, you are right. It definitely does change the game because the bursts are on a timer, so you get essentially more bursts per game, and it really does change the feel of the game. So I'm glad they realized that even faster than I did. Got back there, you know, and
makes sense.
gonna fix that.
No worries,
But
no
yeah,
worries. Yeah, I'm curious to see what shakes out from this event, having close to the same amount as Salt Mine yesterday, and it being
mhm.
3 out of 5 all the way through. And you know, there's always a chance to change it up, right? Like even if we decide, okay, let's do 3 out of 5 for the first couple of weeks, and then we decide, oh, people aren't dying as fast, and you know, the game is taking longer, you can always change it back as well. The experimentation part is the important part.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and I mean, you know, back when I decided we were going to run this 3 out of 5, there weren't too many tournaments that I had heard saying they were going to do it, but there were a lot of people who were interested in it, which is kind of why I was like, you know, we're not affiliated with anyone. We're not on any kind of circuit or anything like that, you know, tells us we got to run on whatever settings. So we'll just run 3 out of 5 so people can see what it looks like, you know?
Always nice to be able to do what you want, isn't it? You can
Do
just
whatever I want. I mean, we've been running TVC 3 out of 5 for all COVID, and that game is not a fast game. So
Yeah,
All right,
yeah,
we're getting in there though. We've got the Mei versus Ram. We got two privileged characters on the screen.
Yeah, these are some powerhouse characters for sure. Ram, one of those characters that, you know, despite being incredibly powerful, does between Soul, Mei, Ram, right, have a different approach when it comes to how they're going to handle a close range situation.
Nice catch with the jump punch there, trying to keep him in the corner. Obviously, as soon as, you know, when you're a Ram and you get someone in the corner, you start throwing swords, they're going to try and jump out, right? So first thing you want to do is jump up with those punches and just stop them.
Yeah, JP's such a good string. It jails, all right, all the way back down to the ground. It's kind of a "you're not going anywhere, I'm not done talking to you" button.
Yeah, it's those big Dragon Ball Fighter feels where you just punch somebody in the air a bunch of times till they're back on the ground, and then you get to keep going.
Absolutely. Speaking of keep going, nice XP into the Daro there. Phampy getting
Phampy definitely having some trouble getting in here.
Struggling. All right, back throw set up here.
Oh, he does get the command throw.
Yeah, the command grab. I don't know what the... Okay, anyway, command grab goes through. Phampy going to continue the pressure. Purple RC, but the JH.
Yeah, that button is so good. You just can't anti-air it, basically. You know, as someone who plays with the Mei jump 2H or whatever, that button, I still get tilted by that Ram jump heavy.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you often think like, oh, I can anti-air here. Big dust coming through. That's going to finish up the round. Yeah, Mei having that 2H, the huge anchor swing on the ground, normally can anti-air incredibly well, but Ram's JH is just immaculate.
Alright, so in that first game, Phampy definitely had a lot of trouble. Got hit air to air, I would say, a lot. Hopefully he can figure something out here.
There's the pressure again in the corner against Ram. Sword set coming through, you better believe it. That's a burst safe combo if KTang decides to, push forward.
I mean, that's your problem. You pressed at the wrong place against Rekkas, you know?
Yeah,
wall break.
Speaking of wall break, getting another one.
Oh, directly into the super. KTang, man, KTang showing us why we want to run this 3 out of 5.
Well, when you started off with Ram versus Mei, you know, Doc, it looks a little more convincing. You're stacking the jury, so to speak.
Okay, gets the defensive throw. Oh, that's the same setup as before. The frame kill with the light dolphin.
I noticed the frame kill. That was pretty good because your timing's just going to be right on point every time. However, let's see if KTang manages to adjust to that scenario. YRC to get some protection.
And there's the sword. Oh, drops the combo though. Oh, big counter hit. Wall break not going to be enough to kill.
Phampy has meter, decides to red RC after the TOTSUGEKI, making sure the tournament looks good.
All 3 Rekkas, gets the counter hit. That's not safe. You go for that third Rekka?
No, it's definitely not safe at all. But the 6 feet into the Daro.
Looked like Phampy was figuring something out a little more that round, but still 2 straight rounds, 2 straight games for KTang. Let's see if he can close it out here.
Phampy on the aggression, force the burst there from KTang. Not necessarily the worst thing being having to early burst because you build it back pretty decently.
Yeah, I mean, for me, like, first big hit I take, I'm definitely bursting.
Oh, absolutely, in this game especially. Super through, going to get the Oki and positive bonus.
Again, Phampy almost dead already. Definitely 1 hit at this point.
Sword set.
Oh, the dust again.
It's a dangerous thing. Sword set into purple RC from Ram is like, you're going to be guessing about something. And if you guess wrong, that's usually the round.
Round start TOTSUGEKI. He did 3K for the Oki, but doesn't really get anything off of it.
Oh, nice 5K in the Daro, just getting some advantage there, but TOTSUGEKI right back down.
Backdash TOTSUGEKI. It's something.
Very well said. Big counter hits 2H there. And
oh, finally gets around on the board. Counter hit Dolphin into the corner combo.
Let's see if Phampy can keep it up. KTang, though, with the jump back S.
In the corner once again. How are you going to get out? Oh, gets out of the dust that time.
Yeah, definitely want to avoid those dust combos.
And
Just
he's right
is there a
back in.
sponsorship tag or something that Phampy's trying to apply for with all these TOTSUGEKI?
I mean, what else are you supposed to do? As a Mei player, what else am I supposed to do in neutral? Come on.
That's fair.
There we go. Got the super big damage.
Sizable William coming through to put KTang on the other side of the screen, but the wake up super.
Nope, get out of here. You're down to losers bracket.
That is Ram's stop sign for sure. I mean, you got to be aware of it because if you haven't seen it all set, it's probably coming out, and you know that's something that we've seen from Ram players all over the place. But I really do feel like Phampy was getting somewhere until they weren't, and then that's kind of the name of the game when it comes to Strive.
Yeah, he was sort of figuring it out towards the end there, but definitely not quick enough. Got close on a couple of rounds towards the end, but ended up taking just one round out of the set. But yeah, Phampy actually an old school TVC guy, which is part of the reason why I put him up on here. He hasn't been around the stream lately, but like seeing him out here, like seeing the Mei representation. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. Speaking of just old school TVC and other things like that, Strive has really been pulling in a lot of people from a lot of different walks in the FGC, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's one thing that I'm happy to see continuing. Obviously, when the game first drops, most times a lot of different people try it, but you start to see people trail off in kind of week 1, week 2. Strive seems to be having some people stick around, so that is very encouraging.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll see how many people stick with it long term, how many people are just enjoying like a new game or whatever. But it's, it's nice being able to just jump on, play against a lot of different people, and it's got a fresh feeling. It's got some new mechanical ideas, it's got some different design philosophies from like a lot of old games. For me, it's my first like real Guilty Gear game that I've like played seriously, and it's been really fun kind of learning how the mechanics of Guilty Gear work. Even though there's a lot of different things in this game, there's some of the core mechanics are still there, and some of the characters, what they're like, why people hate them so much.
You're starting to play Guilty Gear once you hate everyone in the cast. Doesn't even matter what tier they are. You're just like, oh, I can't stand this character. Then you're getting into it for sure. So
Yeah,
if
for
that's
sure.
the case, then yeah, you're stepping in the door. But yeah, I same way here. I've dabbled in plus R leading up to this game, and played a little bit of Exert, but not really that much. Not a lot of time to it. So this is the first one where I'm dedicated to like, this is the Guilty Gear that I'm going to be playing for a while, and yeah, been having a fantastic time with it.
Yeah, definitely. I know when Plus R got the rollback update, a lot of friends of mine sort of got on it, and I know I got on, played a couple matches, but it was one of those things where it's like, how much time am I really going to spend playing Plus R? So I never really learned it, and I'm getting in there now, and with Strive at least, and it's been a lot of fun. I've been really enjoying it, and I'm glad to see other people have been too.
Oh yeah. I think that as the game continues, just being able to, like you said, jump on and play a bunch of different people no matter where they are. I have friends on the West Coast that normally, we don't get to play the same fighting game because of the netcode situation, but Strive allows us to just say, hey, let's just run a quick 1st to 10, right? Like, and we'll just do it on a random night because the connection is going to be good and we can enjoy ourselves. So I think that in and of itself is going to bring more and more people in, actually, even as the game starts to continue into the 1 month and 2 month mark.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just doing a little stuff in the bracket chat there. But yeah, it's the game it's really fast. It's really fun. It's really sort of explosive, I think, is a big thing that a lot of people are enjoying. Because for me, like, you can jump in and like I'm learning as I'm going, but also every once in a while I just hit a counter hit Dolphin and I win a game.
every once in a while, Dolphin just peeks up out of the waters and then I win. I don't know how else to explain it. It is very explosive. I think what we're seeing in the general high level meta is a variance in the strike throw game, because throws are so good in this game. They give you they consistently give you Oki. They consistently give you the ability to just kind of reset the situation. And then obviously, if you get counter hit in this game, you're almost any character, you're likely going to the wall, if not through the wall. So the game is very explosive. But I'm starting to see people develop the patterns of defense that can extend things. So that's where I really think that the meta of the game is going to evolve, is not necessarily in the offensive structure, but the defensive structure.
Yeah, for sure. I think that damage is really high right now, but at least as we go on, even though like, people like to say things like, as we go on, damage is only going to get higher. Combos are going to get more optimal. It's like, yeah, but people are also going to know better, like, not to press at this spot, not get counter hit by XYZ things. So you're taking like less, big huge damage combos. So we'll see where it ends up in a few months from now, but for now, it is definitely an explosive, exciting game to watch.
Yeah, yeah. For now, it is definitely kind of the July 4th edition of fighting games when it comes to damage. Just explosions after explosions, and I actually enjoy that too, because it really changes the intensity of certain situations, right? Like, just because someone's sitting at 50%
Mhm.
doesn't necessarily mean that the next hit won't matter. And I think that in and of itself rises the tension, no pun intended, but the tension in the match, and allows people to focus in on those key moments. I also think it's really good for a viewer, because they can watch and be entertained by what they are expecting, which is like a big hit into something that's like a wall break or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. And there are, it definitely, it's one of those things where, as kind of, we're in the first couple weeks, right? And like, one of the things that it seems like people are kind of looking at in terms of, where these characters sit, how good they are. It's like, how easy is it for you off of which hits, where on the screen, to really get all the way over in wall break? You have characters like, Faust down there having sad life. He hits you in the corner, can't even wall break. Super doesn't wall break. He doesn't have a lot going on there. But then you have Soul, who hits, a 5K from full screen, and there you go, through the wall.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Soul and Faust are definitely living two different types of lifestyles at the
Yeah.
moment. But yeah, you do have some characters that it does take a little bit more effort to obviously get that wall break. And I'm curious to see what comes of the shifts in, okay, so my character is struggling with this wall break thing. How
Mhm.
does that play into the rest of the match setup? Because I go
Yeah.
back to saying, not that Kai has a struggle with the wall break, but you see Kai starting to develop into a specifically whiff punishing character, right? And a hit
Yeah.
confirm character as well.
Mhm.
Going back to the House of Chaos tournament, Kizzy oftentimes whiff punish with the dash up 2K 2D into Ride the Lightning. Ride the
Mhm.
Lightning can carry you from just about mid screen through the wall. Like, that
Yeah.
super is really, really good. So if you can hit confirm it, it changes the mindset of the opponent, because obviously Gear being a very Strive, especially being a very offensive game,
Mhm.
if you put the kind of fear in your opponent's heart to say, hey, if I whiff here, I'm probably going to either Ride the Lightning and go through the wall, changes the way that they approach things and actually puts things in Kai's favor.
Yeah, for sure. And like, I know some people look at Ride the Lightning, oh, that's super so stupid. Like, you spend 50 tension and it takes you all the way to this corner and wall breaks. It's like, yeah, but RC does that too, for most
Yeah,
characters. So
yeah,
why
yeah.
not?
Yeah, let it happen at this point. I mean, there's
Yeah.
so many explosive tools, and RC just is something everyone gets. So like, I don't have a problem with Ride the Lightning taking you through the wall. Everybody needs something, because yeah, it feels like oftentimes, especially with the stronger characters, they're just swinging and hitting buttons with nukes attached to them, because you're gonna explode if
Mhm.
you get hit by one.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like there was just some problems with lobby setup stuff. We'll be getting in there for the next match soon. I appreciate all you guys coming out here. While we have you here for a second, definitely check out the Matcherino. There should be Matcherino, come on, exclamation point Matcherino in chat. The code is TOTSUGEKI. So you can just go ahead and use the code TOTSUGEKI at 50 cents free. We definitely want to make sure we at least use those codes up by the end of the tournament. Make sure you get in there, get all the free money we can to these players. They appreciate it. Also, all the staff besides me gets a cut of that, so you get to show them that you love them by getting them a few bucks or whatever.
Yeah,
We
absolutely. We
really
got
appreciate you
112.
guys getting out there, putting it in.
Yeah, we got 112 in the prize pool as well. And I'm going to show a little bit for you, Doc. Mazzarino came out with a new UI today.
They did.
And yeah, it's a lot better when it comes to claiming the code, because all you got to do is click the button. Like, you don't even need to copy and paste the code anymore, which is really cool. And I think that we're going to see a lot more people, redeeming those codes as well. So big ups to Mazzarino. That's show mode off. I'm not affiliated with Mazzarino, but they've been helping out the FGC since even before 2020. So, always nice to see them pushing the platform.
Yeah, those guys are incredible. And I know that when I first started running these TVC tournaments way back early in COVID, I'd never done a Mazzarino thing before. I thought it was like a long shot. I was like, hey guys, can I be a Mazzarino partner for my TOTSUGEKI versus Capcom tournaments? They were like, sure. So they're definitely out there supporting the scene. We really appreciate them. So not only does it help us out, it helps them out. As Mazzarino becomes a bigger platform, we as a scene, we all get bigger and better. So we appreciate you guys really getting in there.
For sure. And if the code ends up getting used up, which I expect it to, go ahead and just tweet out the Mazzarino and the link to the stream and let people know what's going on. I talk about this wherever you see me on the mic, but social currency is so important. You can just retweet and like for free, and you never know where that link is going to land. And I've seen it change the prize pool by a significant amount. So always nice to have people support.
Yeah, and we do also appreciate you guys just being here with us today. It's fun. We're all here because we love the game. We love seeing these matches. We love playing the game, and we appreciate you just spending your afternoon with us.
Absolutely. We've still got a couple of really good ones coming up. I see a Bisu in the bracket, obviously, Grand Blue Fantasy Versus player, among other games. Very strong. Lord Elven Shadow, of course, gracing us with his presence. Always a big ups. I'm not a sandwich, obviously, West Coast powerhouse in the gear scene, as well as just running gear tournaments as well. So shout outs to them. Macho, no needs to be said there, just a Midwest master of mix, so expecting them to do really well. And I'm excited to see some of these matches as the tournament starts to whittle down.
Yeah, it's really interesting too. It's always fun in like the early stages of a game like this, right? When like you've got some players that are really good from other games, they got like really sound fundamentals, and then you always get some dudes, right, who you haven't heard of before. Maybe they're from a different scene, maybe this is their first fighting game. They're just like really on the grind over the past couple weeks or whatever. You get to see some new names like putting in work, and I hope we get to see some of that here today too.
I do too. I love that when it's just a random name. You're like, I have never heard of this person before, and they just been putting in like 100 hours already into the game. They got everything ready to go, and then out of nowhere, you're like, wow, they're really giving X value person who I expect to do well a run for their money, or sometimes even an upset. So, it can definitely change the face of a tournament completely, and I'm hoping we get to see some of that as well.
Yeah, for sure. Lobby failures. If we need to, you can go ahead and you can try and remake the room, or we can ask Penguin to just give us the next match. I think we do have some second round matches ready to go at this point if we need them.
Yeah, that is definitely been one of the TO challenges, I'll say, of the game so far. So
it's an unfortunate reality. At least, when the game first came out on PC, if people didn't know, it was literally impossible to search for lobbies on PC. They at least patched that at this point so that we can join lobbies with the codes that we're supposed to be able to join lobbies with. But they still have a tendency to have weird errors and like connection problems and stuff like that. So we appreciate you guys bearing with us as we work through that. And, hopefully we won't have to get to the point where we start making sandwich tier lists or whatever.
Well, look, I've got some thoughts on sandwiches. So, if you need to break out the tier list set, I'm all about it. It's probably going to get everyone to hate us at once, but hey, sometimes that's good publicity too. So I'm here for whatever you need.
Sorry, it's funny because normally when we do the TVC tournaments here, I commentate with JM Crofts, and that dude is like YouTuber first, right? He's like YouTuber, streamer. He's got that shit on lock. Absolutely. Whenever there's downtime, he's like, all right, guys, I got a question for you. Is Coca-Cola a soup? And everyone's like,
hey,
chat just explodes,
can Jordans be considered sandals? And then everybody just gets upset immediately.
Everyone's just angry in the chat. Yeah,
That's really good.
We don't have that kind of top tier time wasting on stream here today. We'll do our best to to keep you guys entertained while we're getting these lobbies back there. We appreciate Matchstick Melee and also Penguin, our bracket runner today, for being the ones who are really doing the brunt of that work while we just get to sit here and shoot the shit.
Yeah, I mean that's the hard part, right? And you know, we have back at Low Kick, we have people that do the same thing, and I can feel them sweating through Discord when stuff starts to not go right. So always appreciate the people behind the scenes, because they're the ones that really make the show happen. And you know, hopefully we get to a point where this is just a remember when, you know, type of scenario, and we can reminisce and laugh about it. But again, the patience that I've seen from the community around, you know, just getting things set up and everything is really encouraging, right? Like, I personally haven't seen any players like angry at the TOs to try to get things set up. You know, I think that in and of itself makes it a little bit easier to just move forward, you know, and just say, okay, hey, look, everybody knows what it is, and they're not yelling at the actual tournament staff, which is always nice to see.
It's always nice to see. Yeah, I know that in the past, especially at like live tournaments, I don't know why it got like that. People used to get angry, but I really do appreciate everybody, you know, giving TOs a little bit of leeway on this. I know that some of your favorite TOs have, you know, been talking about it. I know I tuned into Bum's tournament, and he was like, definitely give love to people who are running this tournament because it is hard. It is.
Yeah, it's I don't know how that happened, but I'm happy to see that it's not happening here, and I look forward to seeing this game more offline. Shout outs to the Run and Rumble Cup. They ran a offline Strive event on Tampa Never Sleeps channel, so that was exciting to see. You know, and it's one of those things where I'm really interested to see this game offline. I haven't had a chance to actually play it offline ever, so really curious to see how it feels. I know that Ultra David put out a tweet that's saying like he played on PC normally online, but when he went to his friends, they played on PS4, which, as you stated earlier, Doc, there's a input delay difference between the two. But he said it felt similar to online playing on PS4. So I'm not sure, but a lot of people are saying it does feel quite similar. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I had one friend over for offline Strive at this point, and we played PS4, and then I've played both online. And I'm too much of an old man. I have these bad reactions and terrible fingers, so it feels about the same to me. But I'm sure those young men with the reactions are feeling the differences.
Yeah, probably. You know, I'm in the same boat. You know, an IB online and offline, it's all difficult to me. 2 frames is 2 frames, no matter where I am. So it is what it is. But yeah, I especially considering that the tournament scene for offline is most likely going to go back to PS4, right, or PS5.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to imagine. There's just so many problems with controller compatibility and stuff like that. It's hard to justify doing a PC tournament offline.
Yeah, which raises the question of, you know, when people are playing to practice, once the offline scene kind of revs back up, will they just commit to PS4, or will they still play on PC at home and do the training that way? So one of those things that as the game develops, I'm curious to see who elects to do what, or if more people are just like, hey, you know what, there is an input delay, but it kind of feels the same. So we'll see. I'm very, very excited to see when offline returns back to the Midwest areas, with, you know, Chicago area specifically, what people think of the game offline. That's going to be an exciting time for me.
Yeah, it's kind of a little weird that it seems like here in Chicago the offline locals have been a little slower coming back than I see some of the other spots in the country have been right in there, you know, first thing. But hopefully we'll have something up soon and we'll be able to meet up and play some offline sets, you know.
Keep your eyes peeled, because might have something for you in a little bit. That's all I get to say right now. So but keep your eyes peeled. We're
looking out. I've seen some little teaser posts from you know, some people and some venues and things like that, and we'll see what happens. But I have some ideas about things that might be happening in the future, and I just got to say I'm excited.
Me too. That's all I'll be able to say. Otherwise, people will start messaging me and telling me to shut up. So I'll leave it there. But yeah, this is
TOTSUGEKI exclusive right here.
it just dropped. Yeah, I think that that's one of the things that I'm going to be happy to see in other games returning to the offline space as well. Games that have kind of disappeared ish. I don't want to harp on any community, but everybody's done what they can to support. But there are some games that they're just kind of made for offline at the moment, and those games coming back really will kind of be the mixing point that we see between games with really good netcode and games with not so great netcode, and how they mesh together. Because even before COVID, it was really a lot trying to fit all the major fighting games into one area, and now we have more games that have come out since 2020. How is that going to look, especially when now we have people who want to play Strive, people who want to play Xrd. We're going to have a really fun time trying to figure out what games fit where.
Have we tried this code right here, Matt? I just posted one in the lobby. That was one that people posted down in there. We'll hopefully get a match with, I think, the U.S. Marine and who would that be? And Lungster. Yeah, that one. Oh, we'll give that a try. We're just and like I've been keeping up with the drama while I'm doing commentary here. There's been some
here, you guys
some
might as well
rough
hear me
ones
talk.
already.
Hi everybody, welcome to Matchstick Melee.
Hopefully,
sorry about all the technical
means,
difficulties. At least I can say they are out of my hands.
That is very true.
Matchstick did nothing wrong.
And he would like you to think that.
It was Matchstick's fault the whole time.
Yeah, we've hopefully this means that later on in the tournament we won't have those problems. That's how it's gonna go, right? You get some issues early on, and then it all clears up, and everything works great later on in the tournament. So we'll get to top 8, and it'll be beautiful.
Yeah, that's the hope. That's the hope.
Why do you do that?
Not all tournaments have been as fortunate as that, but I would say make sure that they're playing on the same system, because we've had some issues in the past where it's been like, I can't connect to this person. It's like, I don't even see them. And you ask for the screenshots and you're like, I see the problem.
I see what the problem is.
All right.
That's whole other levels.
For sure.
I saw there's so many things too. And like, I try to be, like some people might not be, super familiar with the FGC or whatever, but there's been a lot of people complaining about, like the PlayStation tournaments, people not following the rules and stuff. There's a bunch of people complaining about people character switching on wins and stuff like that. So we're doing our best to make sure people read the rules here.
It's really important, and I do not envy the TOs of those PlayStation tournaments, because you're going to draw in just a larger amount of people who may or may not, follow the FGC scene. So they just kind of do whatever they want, and it's like, hey, you can't do that, and it goes back to reading the rules and stuff like that. So I appreciate it that here we're definitely trying to stick to that rule cadence. In most places where I'm on the mic, that's going to be strictly followed. The biggest problem that we've had is obviously just getting people to play, and I'm hoping that changes really soon. If not, then we'll all be masters at just filling time. Like we're gonna go into a job interview and be like, I could talk for 15 hours because I was waiting for a lobby to connect in the summer of 2021.
Let me talk to you about this thing I saw on Twitter today.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, everybody's going to be social media experts by the time this is over, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, I think that one of the things that I do want to cover, though, and I was going to pick your brain about later on, is your thoughts around the RC system, and have you been experimenting with it? How, as someone who's new to like really getting into a gear game, how did you feel about approaching it initially, and has it changed now? Are you starting to dip your toe into it more?
So one of the cool things for me about coming to Guilty Gear here with not really a lot of Guilty Gear experience was obviously my big fighting game history is with PVC, and in that game, like I didn't realize it until I really got in there, but you have Baroque, which is basically a fast RC, and then you have bursts, right? And like at least in those two mechanics, there's like a lot of sort of similar like principles and ideas about how to bait bursts and how to like utilize, you know, your cancel resources effectively and stuff like that. So it was I think surprisingly natural transition for me in terms of the RC. But I mean, the RC system, like more broadly, is just so like robust. They've given you so many options for what to do with it, and I don't know. I know that there's like I think more going on there than there was with like the drift RCs and purple and blue and yellow and red and like all the different kinds of RCs having kind of slightly different applications and different you know, functions, I guess. It feels like a really fun system to play around with. It's like they've given you a lot of different options to deal with different scenarios, which is always a good feeling, you know?
Yeah, I agree. I think that it is one of those things where most people who, whether they like the game or not, have like experienced the RC system, says like that's one of the exciting things about the game across the board. And I feel like from a beginner standpoint, they've actually, you know, made it pretty easy to do certain things, like just with the way throws are, the fact that you can throw into just a red RC, like let's say you're a complete beginner and you have no like idea of how else to use red RC. Throw into red RC is something simple enough that you can do as a beginner and feel pretty cool about it, right? Like, oh yeah, I got to extend my throw combo because I was able to throw RC.
Yeah, and I mean with the red RC, right? Like you get such a large pop-up. Sorry, the cops are coming. There's such a large like pop-up window that you basically like off of similar enders, you get off of similar starters, you get basically the same ender. You can just come up with sort of like a generic good red RC follow-up. And like that's a great way that like it felt like for me it was like I just sort of leveled up as a player instantly, where it's like I just learned like a high damage extension off of red RC, and I can do that off of TOTSUGEKI, I can do it off of throw, I can do it off of string, I can do it off of sweep, I can do it off whatever I want, you know. And that's a really good feeling as a new player, where it's like you might not be like 100% optimal, but you have like all of a sudden just like increase the amount of damage you get off of like all these different starters, you know.
Absolutely. I think that that's been one of the biggest ways that I've seen, like in the free tournament, that is, you know, primarily Weekenders tournament. A lot of people just using that red RC extension to get the wall break, right? Get big damage off of the combo. And it's another way to use their tension outside of just doing a super. Sometimes I see it actually more than supers because, I mean, it's just a simple input if you have the macro set, right? You do your move, hit the RC button, and there you go. And I start to see similar things with people who are playing, obviously, at a more advanced level with purple RC, right? Like we were just talking about Ramlethal. Sword set in the corner into purple RC usually means that you get just a free 50-50 mix, right? The opponent has to guess on what's going on. They got to respect the sword. And that, to me, is going to get even more and more advanced as we go on. I've seen people, you know, start to RC back against people's blue RCs, right? So you'll see someone blue RC in the middle of a move, and then someone pops a purple RC because they were doing a move to try to protect themselves. And I don't even know the frame data in those scenarios, but it's just really cool to see how people are answering back on certain RC systems. And on top of that, you start to see yellow RC be baited, right? Because if you block it, then you get a punish.
Yeah, for sure. It's like really cool, and you know, we'll see how optimal this is as like a response as we get on. But like, it's really fun when you see these situations where it's like somebody's approaching in the air, so whoever was doing something on the ground, they RC to try and air throw, and then this person drift RCs back to get out of that, and like it's really really fun to watch. It's like those it reminds me of those old kind of like you watch like Marvel 2 or Marvel 3 situations where it's like this guy spends a meter, so then you try and trump that with this, and then he DHCs into this, and you do that, and like it's just exciting seeing who's gonna end up coming out on top, like who's done the math, who's done the 4D chess and figured out who's gonna win this ultimately, you know?
I'm so excited to see more of those scenarios, especially with the way you build meter in this game. You get it pretty quickly, just, you know, by running your offense or moving forward or whatever. So I think as we get along,
just moving forward,
just holding forward, just get you a ton of meter. But we're gonna see a lot more of that scenario come up, and counter drifts and things like that will start to come into play. One of the better placers in the free series that we had was really good at just wake up and then reverse blue RC and in the neutral game to avoid pressure. And it's such a thing that's like, oh, I see how that could work, but it worked out really well because they were playing Nago, so they would drift RC back and then 5H to swipe across the screen, and there you go, or far slash, and there you go. So it's I think I really enjoy the RC system because once someone sees it, even if they're a beginner, it like clicks, right? That's like, oh, I see what happened here. It's not a really like, how does this drift thing work? You kind of get it when you look at it. I think the more advanced stuff is when you start to see the quick RCs, because those are sometimes I don't even know what happened because the flash cancel is so quick that you don't recognize, oh, that was a quick RC.
Network.
Yeah, so we appreciate you guys coming through for the Dr. Science and Dynamite talk about Guilty Gear Hour. We have been through a few lobbies at this point that haven't worked out, and we are continuing to try and bring you guys the next match. So we'll be there hopefully sooner rather than later.
Yeah, until then, enjoy the TOTSUGEKI podcast in between, matches, and hope you're having a good time with it. But I think we're getting close to getting a match up on screen. And
we do. Everyone who signed up too. I know that there are, we talked about this when I said it before. There was like not too many people entering. I kind of thought, I was like, there are so many Guilty Gear tournaments right now. There are a ton of Guilty Gear tournaments out there right now. So if there's people are double booked and they can't make it to our tournament, that's fine. I'm not gonna stress about how many people show up, but people really showed up for this. People in the chat, people in the tournament. We appreciate you guys being here and working through this with us.
Absolutely. I mean, as I said at the open of the show, it's really encouraging to see how many people are signing up, and a part of that is that these tournaments are open to region wide, right? In a tournament, people can sign up from anywhere. You're going to naturally see the numbers go up. One thing I enjoy is obviously we're Midwest here at TOTSUGEKI, but you get to see some of your Midwest familiars mixing in with people from different regions, and that to me is really cool because typically that's something you'd only see at majors, right? You see CEO, Combo Breaker, Evo, etc. But now you get to see it more often, and I really feel like that's going to change the face of the development in Strive because people are going to be sharing ideas or labbing from different areas. And speaking of labbing, online training mode, fantastic addition. Should be in every fighting game, really. Like, actually, it's really good.
Yeah, it's so good. It's such a great. It just it's one of those options. Like we talk about sort of like a suite of options and like features that should be in a modern fighting game, right? Because fighting games have historically had problems with not being feature complete. So it's like you want good net code, you want functional lobbies, you want like a training mode that's complete, has like options for I'm not going to go into all the options we want in training mode. I think we all know what they are. And then like an online training mode is one that it's like not a lot of people have done yet, but it's brought up a lot of times in those conversations. It's like something that you should have. It shouldn't be that hard to implement, and it's really useful for people. So you love to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. I've used it quite a bit, with a couple of friends, and it really is helpful. I've used it when just trying to figure out a matchup after a set, right? Like I run a first to 10, get blown up as usual around these parts with the locate crew. But afterwards, I get to really ask questions and say, okay, let's hop into an online training mode. Do whatever the pressure string you were doing or the situation that you were doing, run that, and then kind of let's walk through what my character can do against that, right? And that changes everything because it allows you to immediately jump in with a friend and recreate the situation. And I mean, I can't express enough how helpful that's been just in my own personal development. And I hope that people who are starting out in this game really do start to use that more and more, especially against people who are better than you. Because if they take the time to teach you and say, okay, I'm going to do this string or I'm going to do this setup, you can just practice it with them there. And so it's a little bit easier to be able to do that than compared to if you're a beginner, have to recreate the setup with the character that you don't play and then lab it. It can be a little daunting for a beginner.
Yeah, I mean, you have a training mode that like fortunately makes it easy enough for you to not easy enough, but like possible for you to recreate a lot of these things. I know, like just yesterday I got blown up by an Angie, right? And like I went to training mode and I was like, all right, what do I do against Fujin, right? So I set 3 recordings, one that was like Fujin into low, one that was Fujin into overhead, one that was Fujin into jump into grab. And then you have to set them all as like, after block options. So you jab him and then he does one of the 3 and you can lab it all out. It's all there. You can lab that stuff out, which is already great. But like the fact that if I was playing against a friend of mine who played that character, we could just hop in there and he could just do that stuff to me and we just try stuff out. It's really it's an easy option and also feels more fun, more social. I like it.
It does feel a lot more social, and it encourages people to once again just lab together, which I think is game changing, especially with the connection being so smooth. You don't have to worry about like delay and things like that. Like you can just lab the scenarios as best you can and not have to be in an offline environment. So yeah, more features like that are going to really change the game, and I'm hoping that more of them are added to Strive, because there are a couple that you're like, oh, it's not there, that's kind of, but hopefully with more updates we'll get stuff like that coming through.
Yeah, and Strive, maybe we don't need to say it again, but we're almost there with this game, right? I feel like once the lobbies are like 100% functional, we'll really be in there. And I know it's a little unfortunate because I know both you, Dynamite, and then also Matchstick have done a lot of work with Grand Blue, right? Grand Blue Versus, and that's also an Arc System Works games, and the lobbies work great for tournaments, right?
They made it incredibly easy. I cannot believe how smooth it was, because
the Grand Blue lobbies are the best ever. Like seriously, they had it. They fixed it. They fixed basically everything. Oh my god, we have a match. Oh my god. All right, we got Yurikev and DeadlyHound.
Let's go. Yurikev versus DeadlyHound. All right, we got a match, and we got a Millia on screen too. It was Millia versus, who is it? Ramlethal. All right, yeah. Easy peasy, right into the match.
There we go. No problems here.
No problems at all.
Move forward.
So we have a white Ramlethal user. I know that's a
look,
conversation topic.
Rachel Valentine is out here. I'm not trying to knock you if you do it, but you're not going to hear me shut up about it if you do. That's the deal. So moving forward, it is what it is. Happy to see more Millia starting to come through. I think this character, has had really good. A lot of opinions about her, but you start to see more Millia players starting to show up.
Yeah, for sure. And she's a character who, like, if you've played against Millia, she's got some stuff, but you don't see her too much. And right there, once she gets going, she's one of those characters. It's like a Chipp or something, right? Where it's just you cannot get her off of you.
No, you really can't, and that's the whole thing. Set the disc and keep the record spinning is the name of the game for Millia.
Yeah, Ram did manage to force the burst out of Millia that time, but gets air dashed on again. What's the mix? Blocks the dust. Nice.
Good stuff from DeadlyHound, keeping it clean up there. Going to do a couple of pressure strings, backing up into that mid-range area where Ram is also strong.
Nice poke out there. Gonna carry to the corner. We gonna get the wall break? No.
Just a bit high. DeadlyHound bursts just to be able to move around. Gets back to mid-screen, but Yuri not giving up at all. Pressure continued.
YRC off the sweep. Got the swords. Oh, got a connection. Didn't get a combo, though. All right, out of the Millia pressure.
Yeah, they're spacing it out really well, but Yuri, the chase down into the throw, ran a 100-meter dash and grabbed some water at the end of it. That was amazing.
Ran basically from back to the corner all the way over to the other end of the screen and just scooped her up.
You dropped your wallet. Here, let me return it to you. Excuse me, miss.
Yeah, and this is one of the things. When you got a character like Ramlethal, she's got nice big buttons, but as soon as like a character who can rush down gets in on you, she doesn't really have much in the way of defensive options other than like the super or system mechanics,
Yeah, system mechanics of the super. There's a gold burst there. Burst safe for sure. You can't do anything about it. You just got to hold the shooters on the deck.
Into super. That'll get the wall break. Positive bonus incoming.
Attack and defense buff for DeadlyHound with positive bonus going, but Yuri, long hair, don't care. Name of Millia's game.
Oh, blocks the super, but it was in the air. You don't get to punish that.
Here's this set again. Run up. I thought maybe a throw was coming, but not. The triple, a double
Three.
air dash.
And it's going back to the corner.
Stop it.
Woo. I didn't block it.
What's that? What's a block?
Yeah, it's definitely, you just kind of have to guess once she's in there.
Yeah, I mean, that's the name of the game with the character, right? Like, you want opponents to have to do great 6P there, get DeadlyHound out the skies.
All right, yeah,
Really
nice follow-less defense to get out of the pressure.
Absolutely. And I think that's one of the keys to blocking Millia is you got to FD her quite a bit to just get some room to work.
Yeah, DeadlyHound multiple times now has gone for that, where gets a knockdown and then goes for dash forward into backdash, trying to bait out some kind of option, but it hasn't, just kind of gave up pressure both times, so probably want to go for a different option.
Ooh.
It's around though.
2K after the JH, getting around DeadlyHound. Not quite behind yet, could easily tie things up, but it's still definitely been Yuri on the offense for most of this game.
Ooh, just with the tip. Too far from the corner to get the pressure off that sword there. Now Millia's on the offense, gets the knockdown, hit the cross up again, into the corner. It's gonna be a wall break. Let's go. I wonder if that's on purpose.
You know, it could be. I don't necessarily agree. Given
I've seen some Chipp players and stuff. There's the dust, and that should be the round here. Yeah, I only say that because I've seen like some Chipp players, you know, who and stuff like that, who think that it's like, you know, if you can, rather than wall breaking and going back to neutral, I just want to keep my pressure going. Right? So I'll let them fall off the wall and go for it. But I don't know, especially with how far you can tech off the wall, it seems like a pretty risky bet.
It is. It's a statement more than anything else. Force the early burst there. DeadlyHound goes with the sword set, but Yuri jumping because it's mostly
we're getting started.
Yeah, heavy sword set.
Oh, the air throw again. Oh, on the other side. And the dust. Quick round there from Yuri. DeadlyHound definitely just never made it out of the pressure.
No, not at all. And Yuri was antsy the entire time, apparently, like, yo, I'm just trying to get some games in. It's the lobby's going? Okay.
Alright. Oh, the 2D too far to rage. Millia, on the other hand, is a nice 2D. Nice long-range sweep that you can use to set up some like light mix-ups.
Okay, dash in. Not quite enough for the wall break. And
she
again,
gets
Yuri.
out.
Yeah.
Okay, no wall break there. Gets the pressure, though. YRC.
Ooh, big counter hit here, but not much off of the
no,
DeadlyHound. Trying to get that corner pressure.
Yeah, he's really trying to get these swords started, but not really protecting, you know, the jump out option so far. I think it's been. There you go.
Yeah, great stuff. Purple RC into the air throw. YRC though. Yuri trying to get some room to work.
Oh, it's under and the cross up. This should be the game. Oh, not quite. I lied. I cursed. I'm sorry. There's the burst. Hound's got a chance. Blocks the super. It's still alive. Living on that magic pixel. Oh, and there's the throw.
Good defensive throw there from Yuri to close things out 3-0.
Yeah, Yuri takes it 3-0.
Millia, one of those characters that, because of the multiple jumps, can really do a little bit better against Ram's sword set if you're not airtight with it, right? Because we saw several times Yuri get back into the corner, the sword would come down and they just jump and then jump again and then jump again, and there we go. I'm out of there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, it's as a Ram, you definitely have to protect that, right? Like that's priority number one. Do not let them get out of the corner because the corner is where you make your money, right? Like you get them there, you get that sword set up. You really need to make sure that counts. So did not do, you know, a good enough job of keeping her in the corner there. Millia, meanwhile, felt like every time she got a throw or a hit or anything was just into the blender, you know?
Yep. Yeah, you're definitely going up on YouTube after that one for sure. It was just all mix all the time, and I mean that's what you want to do with the character. So if it works out, it works out really well. I think Millia starts to struggle when people block those mix-ups and she loses her turn or tries to aggressively overextend and gets punished for it. But yeah, good stuff to Yuri for showing us what Millia is all about.
Yeah, for sure. And it's a character that, like, there are, a few sort of like high profile Millias out there or whatever, but it's not a character you run into a lot just on the ladder, right? So I think a lot of people don't really have the experience of which setups are real, which setups are fake. Because there are sometimes, right? If she like sets up the heavy disc and tries to go for a cross up or whatever, you could just like 6P her out of some of that stuff. But it's if you're not used to it, if you're not practiced on it, it can be hard.
It can be incredibly hard. And I mean, look, Doc, we've played fighting games for a while. You got to have some fake stuff in there. You got to have some fake stuff in there to run your offense. I mean, that's part of the game. And Gear is certainly one of those games where you want to test your opponents, be like, do they really know? And if not, then if you can't call out the fake stuff, it just looks like endless pressure.
Yeah, and Guilty Gear is one of those games, like so far, at least in my experience, it seems like there's good, sort of, because there's so many like defensive options, it seems like you can really come up with some robust solutions to things. And in order to counteract those, you need some stuff that's like one brain size larger,
Just read a extra textbook or two, ahead of the opponent and be like, I got you with this one. I think that both Ram and Millia have that ability to kind of go to that level. And it's really just about labbing it out. Again, one of those things where if you know someone that plays the character, you can both jump into training mode together and just kind of figure it out. So I'm really curious to see, again, what characters that we haven't seen from, week 1 or 2, which isn't, Soul, Ram, May. Like, let's be for real. That's what we've seen a lot of. And which ones are going to start to rise more to the top. And surprisingly, after watching a couple tournaments across the globe, Leo is very well represented here, but you don't really see him too much other places across the globe right now.
Yeah, Leo's another one where I think there's, I don't know. I'm not going to say opinions are divided on Millia or anything, but on Leo, people seem to be very split on whether or not they think his pressure is fake, right? There are some people like, just throw him. He's doing this, just throw it, It's not hard. It's like, I guess, but I've definitely gotten blown up by my fair share of Leos online.
Yeah. Leo, one of those characters where, I mean, on paper, he does the run through, just throw it. It's fine. Try doing that, when you got everything else coming at you, it changes the name of the game. And we've seen, some Leos do extremely well. Obviously, Sonic Fox, they have been doing incredible with Leo. There's K7 as well. They've been playing, they're a strong Leo player, has placed in top 8s, top 3s quite a bit across the board. Coach Steve, another
Steve,
Leo
playing Leo.
Yeah. So I that's one thing that really excites me, and I hope we get to see more of it, is people, that main characters that you don't see in a certain region going across digitally across the pond and playing in other tournaments. Hopefully when we get to that point. I know that a number of places are trying to open it up to more than just the larger region that they typically would for good netcode. So I'm hoping that we get there to see more like NA versus EU or EU versus Japan or NA and Japan. We saw that yesterday.
I mean, big shout outs to Apology Man, right? For running the NA versus Japan. What was it? 10v10? It was like a team battle, right? Yeah, that was super sick. And I know it's, not, this isn't like, something that's really like a great solution, but especially during the beta, right? Like I would get up in the morning, I'm like, I got like a half hour before I got to get ready to work. I'm gonna hop on the Japan lobbies and, play against the dudes from Japan. And like, it's not the best match quality, right? You get some rollbacks. You want to make sure you leave their lobbies alone so they can play nice, crisp matches, but it's at least playable, I mean, compared to some of these games, it's better than playing people who are in the country, no, it's definitely playable. I typically stay out of there because I'm like, I know what it is, but every now and then just peeking in and saying, hey, I just want to, I want to see what's what. It's cool to be able to entertain the idea like that to me is really a cool thing. And depending on your internet connection, you might actually have something that's really, not that bad at all. So more of that will be really cool. And, that's where we're going to see a lot of the characters start to come out, and where, you might not see them typically on ladder because, people are just going to play the strong stuff, which, definitely works. But in those tournaments that cross regions, you'll get to see some really cool stuff. Yeah, for sure. It's it's really exciting, you know. Not only the idea of like you have the potential of having people from like really different regions just playing each other without like flying out to a tournament, but also just, you know, broader pools for like really actually competitive net play tournaments, as opposed to just, you know, we're on net play now, we're gonna do our best, you know, run some parsec servers, see if we can yeah, see if we can figure out how to do something that's at least okay. But we're potentially looking at a brighter future now.
Yeah, and that's something that excites me, and I hope that people who are, you know, looking at this from a dev standpoint notice the just impact that it has, right? Just saying this is a requirement, right? This type of netcode it's not a game without it. And I think that we're going to get there. I think Strive being, obviously there have been tons of games that have come out with great netcode. Like Strive obviously is not the first one, but it's the first one that I feel combines a like big brand developer, right, with a hugely marketed IP, and just mixed it all together and said, hey, this now has really, really good netcode. And I hope that more games that are from the larger developers take notice and say, yo, this actually moves copies. Like, look how many copies of Strive sold, because, you know, people got the feedback from the beta and they got to experience it for free to say, wow, I can play with my friend who lives in, you know, bottom of Texas and I'm in Maine and it's fine.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens with Melty Blood, right? Maybe this is the year of anime games.
Hey, you know what? I'm all about it. You know, Melty Blood, another one that's announced that people are excited for, and rightly so, because if the netcode's like this in Strive, then, you know, you'll have multiple games to play that, you know, just have that buttery smooth experience. And looking forward to it. I really do hope that more conversation happens between the development groups. Sometimes easier said than done, but, you know, we had during 2020, I think 2 developer kind of roundtables where something like that in the past likely never to happen, right? So it's a huge thing that stuff like that is starting to come together. I think it's a promising time for fighting games.
Yeah, for sure. Hopefully it's onwards and upwards from here. I mean, like, you know, we've said it before, right? Like, Melty Blood is doing it, and before that, even smaller developers, right, have put. I mean, like High Fight put High Fight put rollback netcode in footsies, right? Like, like clearly it's not like an insurmountable barrier where you need like a 100-person team or something to implement this for your game. So hopefully, you know, people take note. And then, you know, the next step is making sure we don't get lobbies like this in games again. And just, you know, hopefully we come to a point where we can expect good things.
Yeah, I think so. And it's going to really come down to, the difference is really going to come down to which games are supported and which games aren't, because of the features that are in them. And, you know, it's a clear business case with Strive, even with the difficulties that we're seeing in the game, that having the right features that matter the most sells the game, right? And so, yeah, I can't imagine that we wouldn't move towards that in the future. And that's what really makes me hopeful about the FGC, and when it comes to obviously tournaments and things like that, is that more people have accessibility to just get started. And now, then we can start to have the conversations about, is this game too difficult to get into? You know, how do we need to make it easier? Like, first, let's just make it playable, right? Like, let's just allow people to play, and now we can start to have a discussion about what's too complex and what's too simple and things like that.
Yeah, for sure. And like, you know, it's been a long time for, I know that for us old school FGC heads or whatever, like there was always a lot of tough guy attitude around that, where it's like, online it's not real, you practice online, doesn't even matter, like you gotta come out to your locals, grind it out at your locals, travel to get on the bus, go to a tournament, you know, get out of your house. So I'm glad that at least the attitude is changing now, where it's like, no, we need to make sure that like that's not what we're about, that we have games that are reasonably playable online, because, you know, outside of the FGC, a lot of this stuff is not an issue.
Yep. No, it's not. And it it's why that growth, part of the reason why that growth is there. Like,
Yeah.
I don't ever hash it to anyone who's like curious about fighting games. Fighting games are hard. Like, they're hard as shit. Like, let me just be 100% honest. They are really hard. So with that being said, the other parts of the infrastructure needs to be there, and I feel like that is somewhere where we're finally just stepping our toe into something that's kind of been around for like 10 or 15 years for the majority of other types of genres, right? And we've had a game here or there that's had really good netcode, but kind of didn't come all together, you know. But now we're in a time where more of these games are coming out, and the netcode being good is not only expected but present. And so that's where we can start to have less of the, well, you just got to be able to play at your locals. Like, well, what if I live out in the middle of Indiana, right? And like my nearest local is 2.5 hours away. What do I do? You know, nobody else plays the game around me. I guess I'll just go play something else, right? And that hurts the scene.
Yeah, I mean, even for me, right? Like, I live in Chicago. I'm in a major metropolitan area. There are locals within driving distance from the apartment here, but like some weeks, you know, I had a long day at work. I got home late, whatever. If it's online, I can hop on, play a few matches, but like, you know, I'm not maybe going to be able to make it all the way out to a local. And like, just having that ability is something that, like, you know, again, for most. My other experience with like competitive online games, I played Dota for a while, and there's no issues like that, right? You hit on the game, you hit play, and then within a minute or two, you're in a match, right? It's like,
like you get straight to the toxicity. No, you know, slow down. No. But yeah, I mean, most other genres are like that. You know, like you said, Dota. Any strong MOBA is going to have that. Any strong shooter is going to have that. We're slowly getting there. It is slowly but surely getting there, and I'm just happy that the numbers behind Strive, sales wise, supports the concept of, yes, if we do these things, you know, and the game is fun to play, you will be supported, because that's the ultimate answer. That's the ultimate question that's going to be asked by, you know, from a business perspective. So I'm excited. I really am, and I hope that. Not only that, but we start to see updates that are similar to other genres as well, right? Where it improves the quality of life, improves the UI experience, improves the UX experience. And that will also support more people buying the game. Because I guarantee you, Doc, that there are people who are like, I'm going to hold off on Strive and see how it develops, right? But if an update comes out that, you know, improves the quality of life, improves the UI UX, people are going to be like, oh, this looks really cool now, and this looks really easy to get into. I'll pick it up. That's the second phase.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, anything that makes it easier for people to hop into it, right? And I know that people talk about the tutorial content too, right? Like in Strive, is this good? Is this how it should be handled? Is this, you know, better than XYZ things? I know it was a big deal because the Virtua Fighter came out again recently too with that re-release, and that always has their classic like tutorial content in there. So that kind of stuff, how you present it to new players coming to the game, and just how easy it is to get in and find matches against people at your skill level. It's all important. It's all stuff you need to think about, you know? Yeah.
It's a you know, it takes a whole team of just that, like not out just deving the game, but making sure that the approachability and the user experience is top notch as well. And speaking of mission mode, I don't know if you've gone through it, but I have, and I've enjoyed it quite a bit with the way that it's worked, right? Like it is, at first you're like, I don't know about it, but I like the fact that not only does it kind of teach you about the mechanics of the game, but it also allows you to be in certain situations where you can pick the character you play, and then you figure out the answer with that character in that situation, which is really strong. It's just really good. I enjoy that quite a bit.
Yeah, that is really nice. Yeah, and once again, we appreciate you guys sticking with us. We are still, you know, trying to find lobbies that work, people with strong connections and whatever. So we appreciate you being here. While you're here, waiting for the next match, do hit ! Matcherino. Go help us out. Use up those codes. The code is TOTSUGEKI, just like that. You can use it. Get 50 cents free into the prize pool. It goes to our players, goes to our staff. We appreciate your guys' support, both with the codes, and also if you guys feel like doing any of the sponsor quests, or, you know, buying some of that Matcherino merch or whatever. If you see a t-shirt or something down there you think is really cool, you know, that all goes into the prize pool. We appreciate it.
Yeah, yeah. The support is always appreciated, especially when players come out and put on a good show and good performance. And I've been thoroughly entertained by not only the players but the formats of Strive that I've seen come out. It's been incredible. I've enjoyed all of it, whether it's a team battle or 3 out of 5 scenario, or even 2 out of 3 has its it's one of those things where it's like who's going to get blown back really quickly. So that's why I like to support as many match arenas as possible. There's so many out there that it's almost impossible to do art to support all of them. But having said that, definitely a motivating factor too. I've had people in the low kick Discord say, "Yo, I wasn't going to sign up, but I saw the match arena and decided to jump in." That is a motivating factor, and I respect that as well. So if you can, continue to share those match arena links for TOTSUGEKI, and use the code up at least. It's a free code. You just click away at it, and bam, you're done.
Yeah, we're already up to $115, and we could get even more free money into that prize pool. So we appreciate you guys. Putting in that work, getting over there. I know it's a few extra clicks and some keystrokes for you, but we appreciate you going out of your way to do that to help support these grassroots events.
Yeah. It's like I said before, it's definitely what's kept us alive during the pandemic period, because I was very much concerned and then inspired by seeing so many different online events come through, and setting up scenarios where people can play the games that they love. And now that we're slowly blending back into offline, Doc, I hope that we still see online as a presence. That is something that cannot be understated about how many people actually started their FGC journey last year during the pandemic and even haven't been offline. And so I feel like making sure that online is still a thing will help those people continue to play, even if offline is available.
And yeah, everybody make sure, I do see in the chat there, if you're someone who's in the tournament, please do make sure you're in the Discord, watching out for pings and stuff like that, so that we can get you in games. That is where the tournament is being run. We're not giving instructions here on stream or anything, so make sure you're watching the Discord.
Yeah. Definitely keep an eye on the Discord as we get things structured together. I have a question about, am I from Columbus, Ohio? No, I am from Chicago, much like the good doctor himself. So,
it's always, for whatever, and I didn't do this on purpose, but yeah, it says Columbus Fighting Games up there because Matchstick, our lovely streamer, is from Columbus, but we always have the all Chicago commentary crews going here.
Hey, I'm just glad to be a part of the team. I mean, one of my favorite movies, says I'm just excited to be here. It's really good. So no, but I actually planned on going out to Ohio for a tournament, anime tournament. Oh, why can't I remember the name? It's gonna bug me quite a bit, but that's when 2020 happened, and it was 2020. So
talking Matsuri-Con or Ohio-Con? Okay.
Yes, yeah, Matsuri-Con. So
I would have been there streaming that.
Hopefully I do get a chance to get out there and experience some of the good people of Columbus. But until then, still stationed in Chicago. Happy to be here in the Windy City. And yeah.
And for anybody who doesn't, we got one. All right. Well, I'll chill after this then. We got a match. Let's go. Ooh, Axel versus Giovanna. EddVenture versus SupremeJD.
Okay. So this is going to be a case of, can Axel keep Gio away? That's the name of the game, because Gio's pressure is really strong.
Good start here. Seems like maybe JD not quite so sure how to get around these so far. Got that Barbie colored Giovanna too.
Yeah, I like the pastel pink. Looks good. Pulled in again by EOD.
Hopefully those connection warnings are just on spectator side then.
It might be, yeah. Okay, here's the pressure.
Yeah, Max has got to find a way out. Good poke out. Very nice.
Great stuff.
Yeah, got good awareness.
Yeah, got the early life lead too. So even though they were under pressure at the end, could kind of just EddVenture could just kind of relax.
Oh, big counter hit, has to burst. Counter hit right away again. Not a ton of damage, though. Doesn't get an RC combo or anything. There it is. The bomber. That is definitely enough to finish it off.
Yeah, Axel, one of those characters where even if you're high up on the wall, got a little something for you to make sure you go through, a little extra just to clean things up, and EddVenture looking really good.
Yeah, Axel's one of those really great examples of like these Guilty Gear characters. Like, oh, he's a zoner. I get it, right? He's really kind of low damage, doing the zoning stuff, and then he puts you in the corner and does 70%. You're like, what?
What just happened?
Good start again from EddVenture or EddVenture. Is that an O?
EddVenture.
My bad.
SupremeJD in a lot of trouble, but dashing fire slash going to get work done with Geo all the time again.
Jumps to command grab. Oh, goes for the super. Do we have a punish?
Yeah.
Oh, actually gets hit.
Wasn't spaced out quite enough. EddVenture looking to close out game 2 really quickly.
Oh, there we go. Running slash. It's the throw. Pressure coming.
Yep.
Throw again.
Throw again. You're going to take it again?
Throw loops. Plus frames. Pressing these buttons. Lets Axel out. Little combo there. Oh, gets the counter hit.
Counter hit here. SupremeJD. Yes. Good stuff from SupremeJD. And that's it, right? Like, the pressure from Geo can overwhelm you. You got to play strike throw. And if you guess wrong a couple times, that's the route.
Exactly what you're talking about. Giovanna got in there and just like hit, throw, hit, throw, hit, throw. What are you going to do? And just never made it out.
Okay, here we go. Far slash going to connect on the chain button. Extended hurt box there. There's another throw. EddVenture does have burst. Yeah. Had to do it.
Ooh. All right. Axel got the space back again here. A little combo. Zoning again. Yeah, SupremeJD definitely taking a lot of hits trying to sort of hold up against a lot of these Axel options and taking this little incremental damage through that whole time. It's hard. There's not a lot of Axels out there. It's hard to get a lot of the experience, but you gotta lab that stuff out.
Yeah, gotta lab it. Gotta watch some footage on the good old internet as well, and just kind of know your options. Easier said than done, of course. SupremeJD looking 0-2, looking a little rough, but you never know.
Zoning out again. I mean, again, he's kind of leaning back on these same options. Okay, Giovanna gets the hit. Goes for that super again right away. Yeah, that hits. She still had that button out.
Definitely.
Jump the command grab. Oh.
Yeah. Up option is off the low chain is really good, and it's plus even if you block it because it pulls you right in front of him. So just one of those knowledge check things.
Yeah, you can. What is it? Instant faultless it, and you'll be even in front of him. I mean, but you know, it's there. I'm just saying.
You can be a lord and win the set. You know, that's how it goes. It is, but no, it is an option there. But yeah, it's definitely not difficult to do.
Counter hit. All right, Giovanna's got the corner pressure here. Misses the throw. Ooh, just with the toes on that button. Gets the wall break. Not gonna kill. Get that positive bonus though.
All right, SupremeJD looking to keep their winner side run alive. Just needs a round to keep it going.
Really close. Gets hit. One more hit here. Oh, just a raw jump from full screen. Let's go.
From the free throw line. Looking like 92 Mike out here.
All right, gets a big hit into the corner. Axel does have burst if he needs it. Yeah, goes for it.
Yeah, didn't want any of those plus frames. Like, you know what? I'm just going to use the burst here early and call it a day.
Oh, and burst right back. Giovanna really trying to reclaim that corner. Not a lot of health to work with on JD's side, though. Close to getting knocked down.
Yo, the just frame block on the attempt to anti-air was really good, but now red RC into the wall? No.
Yeah, JD tried to shimmy there, I think, and just got hit with the button. Didn't quite make it happen. Another 3-0. These 3-0s are fierce today.
Yeah, they're really powerful. It's not a match. Is this going to be a 3-0? No? Cut the lobby right now.
I'm looking at the bracket too, and even off stream, it's like, man, a lot of one-sided rounds over here. But you know, we'll see how it goes as we get a little further on into the tournament. We are getting kind of close, honestly. A lot of it's just ended up getting run off stream because of lobby issues and whatever. But we're getting close, at least on the winner's side, to top 8. We got a little bit longer work through on the losers side here. So we'll see how this goes.
Yeah. EddVenture actually put Macho in losers bracket. Went 3-2. So that went the limit. Yeah.
So we got a nice Axel out here, huh?
Yeah, yeah. At least someone who knows what they're doing for sure. And I don't envy anyone in the loser side when you got Macho swimming down there with the sharks. So, and Bisu also in the loser side of things. So
Bisu on loser side, Elven Shadow on loser side.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you know what? Hey, I'm excited to see how these things turn out, because some of these people, it's like you said at the beginning, right? Like you got some people you never heard of, and they make a statement, and it works out really well. So we're gonna see as we start to narrow things down. I guarantee you it won't be 3-0 all the way through.
Yeah, it's a tough bracket. Don't feel bad, anyone. If you come out, that is part of life. I will let you know right here, right now on stream. I entered Low Kick Online just the other day and 0-2'd right out of there.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a rough internet world out there, especially when you're doing air dashing game. You can go 0-2 really quickly. So
it can happen.
Don't be
fast.
discouraged. Don't be discouraged at all. It is something that everybody goes through. Even really good players, will have that experience where they lose early in the rounds and don't expect it. So just part of the nature of the beast. And with so many tournaments out there for Strive, you can definitely hop in the next one. I guarantee you the next day. Like, if you want to get back in, there's a tournament around to do it.
Yeah, for sure. And hopefully the experience with tournaments will only get smoother. I know that for like ranked matchmaking.
Sorry, this is a perfect opportunity to shill. For example, you can join the Matchstick Melee Wednesday weeklies, PlayStation Network format, 9 p.m. Eastern Time.
Yeah, and I was about to say, if this was what I was going to shill before we actually got a match before. But if you guys don't follow Matchstick Melee, this dude runs, like, we're doing, the high effort tournaments here on the weekend. I'm only here for really the top quality stuff. But Matt is out there absolutely in the trenches. He runs Street Fighter 5, he runs Grand Blue, he runs Strive, he runs like Tekken, just like tons of games, tournaments all the time. If you're interested in fighting games, either just watching them or participating in tournaments for like a lot of different, sort of casual brackets and weeknights, stuff like that, give him a follow, check him out, follow him on Twitter, on here, whatever. And he's doing a lot for the FGC. So drop the follow.
Always has been, Matchstick. If you guys don't know Matchstick, like, you got to be new to the scene. Always been doing great stuff all over the place. So I'll chill as well, but I honestly do mean it. So make sure to follow and support, because it's not easy. It's not easy to do a couple of games a week, let alone most days of the week. So yeah, give a follow, give some support.
Yeah.
Okay.
In the meantime.
Okay.
I'm
moving over to Chuny and Flake. Trying to see where in the bracket we are. Gonna just find it real quick. Winner side quarterfinal. Cool. Excited to see them go at it for sure.
Yeah.
No worries. So it's, as I was saying before, I know a lot of people are just trying the game out and seeing how it feels. And with every transition of every game, you always have people who try it out, are new and really like it and kind of excel at that particular game. I'm curious to see who those people are going to be for Strive, because I feel like there is a lot of depth in this game. It's different from other gears by a lot, on purpose by Arxis. So, whether or not you agree with that decision is your opinion. But I will say that there is depth here to the game, and there are some people who are really liking it, and I hope that they stick with it, because I enjoy seeing those new faces kind of, rise to the top and make their presence known. And it feels good as someone who's just been around fighting games for a long time, to see new people come and really just enjoy and love something is always inspiring.
Yeah, I mean, like with every new game, and this one is no different. And every new big game release, people talk about how like a lot of different FGC scenes start to come together. You've got people from a lot of different FGC backgrounds here, but also, I mean, even more exciting than that, every time you get brand new faces in here, people who are new to fighting games, first time playing a competitive game, something like that, and just seeing who out of that really can make stuff work. It's you do love to see it, and I hope we can see who can stick around, put in the work.
Yep. Yeah, no, it's gonna be work to continue to keep up, to place well, but there's also that rewarding feeling to it. So definitely interested to see who's going to be kind of the ones who can get to say, 6 months from now, oh, I remember when they joined TOTSUGEKI #1 and did, pretty good, and now they're, winning top 8s and all of that stuff. It's always nice to be able to follow a player's journey.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
Chuni and Mizupixel.
Okay.
This is the match that we were looking at before, and we had some delays, but hopefully we can get in there. Let's see.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Chuni and Mizupixel's coming right up. Winner of that gets to go up against KTang
Yeah.
working with Rachel Valentine. So we'll see whether or not KTang gets to continue their run. So far been really impressive. 3-0, 3-1, and 3-0 to get to this point in the bracket of winners quarters. So strong statement. Ram, one of those characters that I've been really enjoying. Character design looks cool. I mean, if you like any sort of mecha, anything, you're gonna like Ram. She got sword funnels, can fly.
Yeah, she's
what else
extremely cool. Very cool character design.
That's one of the things that I actually think Strive is hitting on really well is the character design. I mean, Gear in general, right? Like, you can't look at Gear's roster and be like, yeah, everybody here looks crappy. Like, no, they all look cool. Like, they all look like, man, that's
It's definitely it's funny that within a week it was like Virtua Fighter and then Guilty Gear Strive, because like design aesthetic wise, those are complete opposite ends of the spectrum, right? Where Virtua Fighter is very big on like, this is a man, he knows karate. That's his character. But then you come over here to Guilty Gear and it's like, yeah, all right, this is a man. He is the spawn of a demon. He wears 7 belts. He also has a friend who is an ogre, and they both hang out on a spaceship. And...
Yeah, and here's another dude who uses a giant sword and bullets to light his cigarettes. Like, it's like, well, what do you want from me? Like, how can I keep up with that type of thing? I love Gear's aesthetic. Always have. They've just had some really cool stuff out there, belts included. But I think that this game really has me interested to see the new characters that they're going to add as well. I know a lot of people want Gold Lewis. A lot of people are hungering for that dad body. You know what I'm saying? They're out here supporting it, and I'm curious to see who gets added.
Yeah, I mean, so we did get some potential leaks, which I guess we won't talk about. I'm not gonna spoil DLC for anyone who has not seen the leaks. I know people were looking out for Gold Lewis because he was in the story mode, and he seems cool. That's one that I know people are looking at.
Definitely cool. Happy Chaos, right? Another one that people are looking at. Always fan of gun characters, despite me not playing Alpha when I tried out the game.
Did you play much Xrd?
I dabbled, not really. I dabbled. I wasn't hard committed to it or anything like that. I've ended up playing more Plus R than I have XR. So
I mean, with that rollback update, I know a lot of people got into it with that.
Oh yeah. That, and I mean, Justice is literally a Gundam. You got me sold. Like, what do you? How am I not going to play this game?
Justice player. All right, now it's making more sense.
That was all starting to come together. Justice, Ram. I see what's going on here. You don't want to interact. Like, actually,
the picture is starting to come together of you as a player.
Hey, look, I typically play Shoto characters. All right, it's just when it comes to anime, I need the really grub stuff.
Oh yeah, you need those options. You don't want to have a bad time.
No, you definitely don't. I don't know what it is, but specifically in air dashing games, I don't typically go for the Shoto-less character, and other fighters I definitely do, like Ryu. Hey, I'm here. Like sign me up. I want the bag. I want the headband. I want just the classic tools. But air dashers, I'm always looking for is either someone with a really long range and a really cool sword, or a mecha. That's the option.
Yeah, I go for those disjointed air hitboxes. I made a tweet a while back where it's like I look at all my characters in my games, and you got Hagar with the pipe, you got Roll with the broom, now you got May with the anchor.
Yeah.
I used to play Labris and BB Tag with the axe.
Okay. Yeah.
That's my type.
Yeah, you definitely want people frustrated on the whiff punish for sure. Like how? I don't understand. Yeah, those are fun, and I think that's one of the things that I am enjoying about Strive. I do have my curiosities when it comes to what the future is going to look like from adjustment standpoints. I think everybody's kind of asking that question right now, and when are they going to come? I've spoke about this before. I think that the cadence of updates and how they work are going to be super important.
So we're and I mean, there's been a lot of talk. People have ideas. It's definitely too early still to really say what ultimately should be changed. I'm glad that we've seen in the past with people used to talk about it. It's not so bad anymore. People used to talk about the NRS cycle or whatever, right? Where it's like every month you get a patch, and it's really hard for people to keep up. So I'm glad that we have a little bit of time, let the game settle before we do any like real heavy balance stuff. Because I know if you're all on Twitter, you see it just like I do. There's new tech coming out every day.
Yeah. That there's a ton of new tech dropping, and one of the biggest things that I would be worried about, not to say this is going to happen, but if they make a change, and it's like, oh, we're going to change this, and that the thing that they changed really wasn't a problem. It was just the technique to deal with it hadn't been standardized, or people hadn't gotten used to it, and then you have to go back and revert it. That always looks worse, right? Where it's like you change it, didn't really need to be changed, and then you have to go back and revert it. So finding that perfect balance, especially because so many new people are getting into Strive, is going to be important. Because future state, one of the most discouraging things is that things keep changing all the time and too much and back and forth, where it's like my character is just every patch my character is a completely different character. That's pretty tough to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, and as much as you can look at like the Street Fighter balancing sort of philosophy and be like, oh cool, instead of +2 this move is now +1. Yeah, great, thanks for the big changes, guys, or whatever. But like on the other hand, like stuff like that legitimately, right, that changes every matchup, right? You need to go back and like figure out how that impacts every matchup. Fighting games are hard, they're complicated, and like trying to relearn them with different rules every month or two, it's a lot of work. You need to be committed. You gotta let it rock for a while.
Yeah, let it cook. I think that's all right, we're gonna try another match there for you, but I completely agree. Letting the game settle, letting it cook for a bit is the best way to do it. I personally think that we won't see an actual balance patch until the returning character in August is brought out. That might be a time where we see some adjustments. I think in July we're just going to get the new character, and that's going to be that. And then in August we'll have a look and say, hey, these things have changed. It's also going to be after the big, obviously, online Evo tournament and all of that. So
yeah, you definitely want to have it at least, balanced at the same rate up until then, so people can really get ready for it.
Yeah. So, and we'll see what happens in the future with it. I know, certain games do major balance drops, around their seasons, which I can agree with, right? Like you finish a major season, maybe there's a mid-season update or something like that, but then after that you wait till the season ends and then you do another big patch. And I think that those are going to be important. Obviously, if something comes along and it's not working as intended or just a little too strong, you can drop something then. But yeah, I like the cycle of, hey, we're going to go for a set amount of time, then we're going to look at things and change it up. It at least gets people used to the idea of, okay, what I've learned here will be good for at least 4 to 6 months, right? Like I can stick with that and then see what happens afterwards.
Yeah, and it does. I think that like these days, you know, modern FGC, where you have like a major tournament cycle, and like like some kind of what do you call it, like a league or whatever that tournaments are a part of. It gives you like really nice structure for that kind of stuff, and like it seems like ArcSys up to this point with like Dragon Ball at least and stuff like that, at least sort of understands that, right? Where it's like you have a tournament cycle, you want the balance to be mostly the same for that. If there's like bug fixes that need to happen or something that's really egregious, like okay, you can go fix it, but like largely you just want to like leave it the same over a tournament cycle. Season ends, rebalance it next season. It's nice.
Yeah.
It's a good feeling.
Kind of makes sense, and it's a great feeling. And I think that it also allows the devs to know when they need to communicate, right? Like it's saying, hey, we're going to put out information, about this update, a month ahead of time, and say, hey, this is what we're working on, this is what we're looking at. Super, super, super important to be able to do, and let the community know what's going on. So we'll see what ArcSys does. I know that they've definitely been communicating more, especially when it comes to Strive, and I like to see that. That's encouraging to me. The fact that after every beta, we kind of had a developer roundtable to say, hey, these are the thoughts that we got during, this is the feedback that we got, and here's what we're doing about it or not doing about it. That to me helps out the rest of the people to say, okay, my voice is actually being heard, or the collective community's voice is actually being heard, and here's what ArcSys thinks about it. Whether or not we agree with it, well, that's just what it is, but we know that they're considering it and thinking about it, and I hope that continues with Strive, because that also feels good.
Yeah, for sure. Just giving a couple instructions. There's definitely some problems with the lobbies. People having trouble. Even if we're not talking about stream, people are struggling to play each other here. We're making it through the bracket little by little. We are actually, like, the bracket is moving along. I wish that we had been able to get more of these matches on streams. We've had to shuffle a decent amount of them off stream because of issues, but we'll be getting you guys matches coming up here, especially once we get up to like top 8. We want to make sure we're getting you guys all the actions. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us while we work through all that.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for hanging out and kind of listen to us go over our thoughts on the game and watch the matches as well. Always appreciate it. As I said before, the support there and the understanding has been astounding. I cannot thank everyone enough who just kind of understands and gets it, and like, look, we're not blaming the TOs, we're not blaming the people behind the scenes, and that to me has made it, despite it being a difficult thing to work through, it's made it bearable, because you don't feel like you're letting the players down, right? And so thank you all who've had the patience and understanding while people like Matchstick and Doc and the rest of the team try to figure things out. It certainly helps.
If nothing else, it's like kind of what you said earlier. Like, hopefully a dev is looking at this and maybe piecing together the correct fix.
I hope so. I mean, we've had a couple of patches drop since the release, and slowly but surely we're getting there. I can only imagine that they are working on it, and as a software engineer myself, I know sometimes it can be a really difficult scenario to try to say, hey, this needs to be fixed right now, and it's already kind of live and out there. It can be a rough scenario to be in.
Yeah, it's tough. And the encouraging thing is that, like we said, they have patched it already. They patched it so that lobby codes actually work now, even if the lobbies themselves are still a little shaky. So like they're working on it, right, visibly. And hopefully that just kind of keeps on rolling with these patches, and they keep improving functionality. We won't have to worry so much about this in the future. In the meantime, though, we've got a great community of people out here trying to play the game. We've got good games, when we get in there. So, for the meantime, we're gonna work through it, and it's worth it,
Yeah. No, it's I'm excited to see when we get to that point, because I think that's when we'll see a lot of the experience of people's change, and hopefully it gets more people in, because I do know that there have been some people who've been like, I'll get there once this scenario gets ironed out a little bit. So that's something I think is going to be important, and I we'll get there. I know we will. It's just a matter of time.
For sure. But yeah, we're kind of creeping up on top 8 at this point right now, at least in winner's bracket. We are in a room, you know.
I hear the pirate music, so that's always encouraging in the background. You know.
I can kind of, so I can hear the lobby music in the headset, and it's like you hear when it gets into a lobby, you hear when a connection is attempted, you hear some of these little sound cues. It's like,
it's not encouraging when they line up at one lobby and their ready picture appears at a different station.
The lobby desyncs.
Yeah.
Something. It also said Flake was here when I came in, and now no Flake. No answer from host. Okay, getting kicked.
All right. Well, we're gonna get you guys a match real soon here.
Yep. We'll definitely get there. I mean, at some point, it's going to be only the people who can connect that we'll be able to see, right? Like that's the way the tournament works. So,
and I mean, it's frustrating, right? Because like the frustrating thing, like if we're being like completely open and honest about it here, is that we've had a lot of matches that we've had to shuffle off stream, right?
Yep.
And those people, it's not like they can't connect to each other. It's not like they can't play each other, but it's just like, if you go to a public park, play on one of the public stations, it'll work. And unfortunately, we can't use that for tournament footage. So it really is the lobbies that are the problem here. We're not completely prevented from running a tournament. It just like mostly impacts, you know, obviously it does impact this. Yeah, it impacts the tournament experience somewhat because people have to put in extra work to go to different spots and like iron those things out. But largely it impacts the viewer experience. So we hope it's still been enjoyable for you guys hanging out with us here on the May ship.
Yeah. We're just, you know, chilling in the skies. You know, never somewhere I thought I'd be, but here we are together, working through it. But yeah, I've still been having a great time. I haven't really had a chance, kind of long form, to get my thoughts on the game. So I actually have enjoyed that because I've had a lot of them, so to speak, just kind of consuming as much Strive content as possible. Probably not healthy, but I've been loving it so much that I literally wake up, open up Twitter, and just be like, all right, what new tech came out? Like, what's the wild thing I'm going to see? And that's kind of how my day goes.
Yeah, as long as we're talking about thoughts on Strive, one thing that I've seen people talk a lot about up to this point is the wall, right? Like, do we think that the wall is like, do we think that it's like a bad idea overall? Do we think it's a good idea, but that it's too like opaque, hard for people to understand exactly the mechanics of it? Like, what do you think about that?
So, understanding how the wall works has still evaded me, as it has most people. But I do like the wall break mechanic. I think it's cool. I think that it adds a really kind of unique meaning to what it means to play in the corner. In some ways, it was similar to me to how in fighters, if you lose a character, if you kind of go back to the round start scenario, it's kind of like that and kind of not. I enjoy the wall. I do someday want to be able to have the PhD necessary to understand exactly how it works. Because right now I can kind of get some scenarios of how it works and kind of don't. And I think that's probably the most frustrating part to a lot of people, is like, I don't really know how this thing works.
Yeah, I get that. That's the one part of it that I do get people's complaints. I understand that people want to be able to really understand it specifically how it works. For me, like, it hasn't really bothered me much at all. Just because, like, the way I've viewed it is like, I'm gonna lab my combos out. I'm gonna figure out which ones of them break the wall and which ones don't, and that's how I'm gonna go for it. You know, even if I don't really understand, you know, this gives this much wall damage, that gives this much wall damage, ticks down at a rate of, you know, however much per second, every second after, whatever. Oh, we're getting in there. All right, so we got Macho versus Phampy.
Okay, we saw Phampy on earlier, first match of the stream on the May. And Macho, definitely a player that's been joining a lot of tournaments on the Zato.
Yeah, Phampy got knocked down to losers, won 4 straight matches to get up to this match against Macho. So we'll see how this goes. And our first Zato of the stream as well.
Absolutely, Macho can work in the Zato.
Speaking of counter hit dolphins.
Yeah.
Oh, big counter hits. Oh, into the throw? There's the RC mix.
Yeah, good stuff for there. Macho kind of hemmed up in the corner. YRC.
Nice throw tag. Although I'm going to say it right now, if you're a Mei, don't throw tag. Just TOTSUGEKI. Honestly. You get off the ground, it counter hits throws. You get a combo off that. You don't have to tag. What are you tagging for?
I actually didn't realize that, but yeah, that definitely adds up. It's wow. All right, well, there you have it, Mei players. Just TOTSUGEKI. I mean, you're going to anyway, but you know, just do it.
Yeah, just do it. Nice. Gets the corner combo. Doesn't get the wall break. There's the guard break.
Ooh, purple RC kept them in the corner. Big counter hit 2H, and the burst, nothing doing. We're going through the wall, and that's.
Oh, Phampy with a quick one there. 2-0 over Macho in game 1.
Yeah, that was the key. If you're gonna try to win against Zato, definitely don't let him start to play and lay down the Eddie traps and things like that. So, Mei one of those characters that can establish that.
Oh my god, gets hit by a counter hit Dolphin at the start of the round again. Yeah, he keeps sending Eddie full screen at that. He does the thing where you oppose and then throw Eddie full screen, but just getting counter hit for it. Oh, again! Phampy just not believing that these opposes are real at all.
I mean, would you as a Mei player?
I mean, I don't even think so.
Maybe that's part of it as well. He's just like, look, I'm just pressing buttons, bro. I don't know what's going on.
Alright, goes for the monster super. Oh, into command grab. Very nice.
Gets that Eddie meter back up in
the pressure. And the wall break. Phampy sitting on a full 100 tension. He's trying to go for that air throw twice in a row there. Once again, the monster super doesn't hit anything.
Yeah, big plus frames though, right? Gets him into the advantage situation to do stuff like that. So
yeah, for
even
sure.
on block, you know, it's really good. It allows Macho to make room and to approach.
Yeah, it's interesting. I haven't played against a ton of Zato, but the ones I have seen usually like to go for the other super to get Eddie out there rather than that super. But it's cool to see this.
Oh yeah, and it's all about engaging the opponent at ranges that are the strongest, and that's why they use the monster super.
Yeah, Phampy down on life at this point, but trying to make this comeback happen. Yeah, there's the guard crush. And the throw.
Wake up burst there just to get the pressure alleviated. Macho trying to set Eddie out. Has meter opposed. Purple RC.
Wow. RC into throw.
He said, I want to talk to you, not your friends.
Throw again, and now Phampy has the life lead. Okay, throw the other way.
Yeah, Blue RC wake up into throw. Something we've seen Macho do quite a bit.
YRC. And the throw. Phampy closes it again.
All right, duel 3 of game 2. Macho trying to put one on the board, but Phampy looking really good against the Zato.
Yeah, there's the counter hit, though. Into the corner. There's the B&B. Yup. That is a chunk of damage.
Quite a bit of red and Eddie recharge and positive bonus going.
Oh, not close enough to the corner for the heavy dolphin combo. Oh, yeah. You got to hold that. You got to wait. You got to block. Oh, he's still alive. No visible health on the screen.
I don't understand Mei's gut scaling.
It
is what it is.
Dang, so much damage. Blue RC.
Oh, yes. Good stuff from Macho there. The Blue RC wake up, especially on characters that don't have those kind of big reversals to use on wake up, are really good. And if you anticipate a throw, it almost guarantees a punish.
Yeah, for sure. And we are back to 1-1. Is this stalled out here? Yeah, 1-1. Good set so far. Oh no. Oh no. I hope that's not just on the spectator side. It is on the spectator side. You hate to see it. So we'll try and get in contact with them here. I'll add them on Discord and see if we can get them to restart for that last match there. Yeah, that is unfortunate because that was a good set.
That was really good set. Actually, I was into it. Another unfortunate one for the spectating scenario. But you know, it is where we are at the moment for sure. maybe we can get him to stop after game 3.
I'm messaging them about that. See if we can get in there for the next match. I definitely like. I've played against a couple of Zatos online as a May, so I know a little bit about the matchup. But you don't see too many Zatos out there, so it's cool to see. You know, it seems like Phampy at least has a good understanding of it, because for me, I joke that I don't think in that matchup, but when I see a pose go up full screen, then like my last thought is like, I'm gonna dolphin into that. But he does it like every time, because when you think about it, it makes sense, because a lot of times you'll put a pose up to like you threaten, and then you'll actually unsummon and toss Eddie full screen or whatever, you know. And he's been getting counter hits off that like several times in this set, which is cool. Macho, meanwhile, like gets the real big long Eddie setups into overheads and throws and all that kind of stuff, and just got rolling in that second game.
Yeah, it does really force the level 2 opposed mind game scenario, right? Just because of the way TOTSUGEKI works. Like, if you unsummon and there's a dolphin on the way, that dolphin's going to deliver whatever, you know, it is commanded to do. And so you have to start thinking about, do I keep a pose up, but then that stops you from doing the Shadow Frog leap. So it's a level of mind game that, you know, forces Zato players to not just kind of rely on, okay, I'm going to get a pose, close the distance, and then, you know, unsummon and then resummon to force pressure in the corner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's a cool matchup. It's fun characters. And how do you think about, like, what do you think about Zato? Do you think he's like pretty strong?
I think
Zato
so far has been, I think Zato has been slept on quite a bit until recently. I think people are starting to see Zato's strengths. You know, it again, one of those characters that it's Zato, right? Like, it's not natively strong to someone who's just going to pick up the game and go. It's going to take time to develop, and I think that we're starting to see people develop Zato to be very, very dangerous. Okay, so Macho seems to be up 2-1 at the moment, but yeah, Zato clearly a character that can do work. Again, we've seen it happen with Macho in this matchup, Kami as well. Yeah, I think Zato's only going to go up as the Zato players, you know, better and better their defense, right? Because it buys that character more time to do things.
All right, we're getting in there. So yeah, I think it should be 2-1 Macho right now.
Yep.
All right, at least we were able to get back in there. Good. Catching the end of this set. Let's go.
Yes.
Duel 1.
Show up 2-1. Using that red Eddie too. It's good.
Oh yeah, nice colors. Definitely can improve. Phampy's going to be out to the fast start back throw.
He runs up into the throw. Forcing the burst out from Macho. The pressure in the corner. Ooh, fast RC into low.
Okay. Phampy getting fancy out here. 6P, nothing doing. Oh, just a wave
back
of
dash
dolphins.
Yeah. Ooh, really nice setup into the command grab there. Definitely looked like he had pressure incoming.
Yeah. Gets the Eddie immediately charge. The poles go up. Tried to challenge it and gets punished.
There it is. Got Eddie out with the super. Counter hit Dolphin, but it's fair.
Jump back, burst
to keep
pressure.
Yep. It's the overhead, no conversion off of it though. Eddie getting the pressure going. Oh, nice throw out of the pressure. That RC isn't gonna get you anything. It was OTG.
URC tech. Macho has the ability.
Not enough damage. Gets Eddie out. Oh, blocks the cross up and the run up throw.
Jab 5P into just micro dash throw that's a scary scenario.
Yeah, Phampy, you know, it's funny seeing him here because I know him from TVC, and he has no fear. None of these setups he's doing are real. He has gotten so many negative frames into throw here. It's
pressure. Zato moving Phampy into the corner.
There we go, into the super. That's going to be a wall break. Boom. Get the meteor, get a bunch of damage. Macho looking good here.
This should be good.
Command grab RC. Plenty of damage. Phampy fighting for his life here. It's set point for Macho.
Oh, yeah. That was going to be a lot of damage. I agree with that burst.
All right, yep, there's that combo again. Doesn't get the wall break, counter hit. Phampy gonna get wall broken. Macho's got a ton of meter, huge life lead. Sending the super out one more time. Why not? You got the meter, spend it. Oh, the 6P. The pressure in the corner. How are you gonna get out of this? The dust closes it.
Yeah, that's one of the scariest mixes that you can see from Zato. Macho uses it really well. It's just if you're down backing in the corner, you got your, your FD in, you're thinking you're good to go, and then Zato will just slide right on in, kick you in the top of the head with dust, and
yeah, for sure,
does work.
Yeah, Phampy taking some early rounds there. Took the first game, but Macho figured out that light dolphin run up command grab is not a real setup. Started applying the pressure, 1-3 straight, and is moving on in the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, Macho, one of those players that if you've ever played against him in anything, his adaptation is almost immediate, and that's one of the things that makes him so strong. However, the good ups to Phampy for just not being no fear, right? Like that's the way to do it. I think if you're playing a character like May, just go ahead and didn't do the thing. It'll work more often than not.
Yeah. It was funny because I was talking about I was streaming my run through the low kick tournament, and either my first or second match was against another May player who did and it was 4 or 5 times, right, that I get hit with just light dolphin into light dolphin, and I'm like, that's not real. That's -5, and you just do it again, and I just get hit with it, So sometimes you just gotta do stuff.
Just pull the trigger. You're riding dolphins anyway. You're already at SeaWorld. You paid for admission. Have as much fun as possible. Why not? I'm all about it.
Yeah, it's one of those characters where you really gotta just, as soon as you give up pressure and really start thinking too hard about, is it really my turn here? You probably lost.
Yeah, you probably lost. So don't hesitate when you're playing May, because she's got your back. She's got the anchor for a reason. You can rely on her.
For sure.
Well, that is going to be Macho moving on though on loser's side.
Yeah, moving on to the losers bracket.
We've got a couple of people that we've seen, on stream sitting there. Yuri, the Millia player that we saw, is down on loser side as well. DeadlyHound, another one on loser side, and SupremeJD on the Giovanna, and all of those people have been on stream. Okay. Setting up another match here.
And yeah, winner's side top 8 is almost decided at this point. We've got Lungster and KyouxChan sitting in winner's semifinal. On the other side, you got EddVenture up in top 8, waiting for the winner of Music Pixels and KTang.
Yeah, that's going to be something I'm curious to see. EddVenture, really strong performance when we saw them on stream against SupremeJD. So, again, like I said, Axel. Don't sleep on the boy in the jeans. He got that outfit on him for a reason. I was saying at a different spot, if I ever seen somebody walking up to me in a whole jean denim outfit, I'm not fighting them. That's a different level of just confidence.
That's basically urban armor.
Yeah, exactly. You can't get through that. So but seriously, Axel, another character that we're starting to see creep up, and I think for a very good reason, because he has the tools to not only deny what is the current strike throw meta of the game and just aggression, but as you said, Doc, Axel gets you in the corner. He too can do 60% of your life.
Yeah, easily. I mean, yeah, he doesn't get huge mid-screen damage, although, sometimes those combos getting the little 2-hit into 2-hit things, full screen, feel like more damage than they should be. But you get in the corner, and yeah, he can let loose, and everybody can. I mean, even some of the sad characters in this game. That's the cool thing. You get Faust into the corner with RC or whatever. Faust can lay some hurt on you if he gets the right hit.
Hey, Faust is canonically sad, so I think that we should acknowledge that it fits the lore. There's nothing wrong with being sad boys, But yeah. Even Faust can do it, and I think that's actually one of the things I do like about the wall break mechanic, is that it allows just about every character to have a spike in damage and then to build up that tension afterwards, because it allows you to engage with the RC system more. And I think that's one of the cool things about the wall mechanic in general.
Yeah, I mean, it's and you brought up the Dragon Ball Fighters analogy too, and I do think that it's like a purposeful decision where it's like what we want to do is we want to have a situation where if somebody gets put in the corner, they don't just get okied until death, you know. So we're somehow going to force it back to either a neutral or a situation that's closer to neutral. It's not always completely neutral off of wall breaks, but you know, you get at least like some kind of return to where you can backdash if you need to, make a little bit of space for yourself, do whatever, you know. So that feels really good, and you know, sort of complaints about you know, inconsistency or it being difficult to understand or whatever, like that kind of stuff aside, I think that like generally it seems like a cool idea, and then you get a little extra damage and meter to reward someone for getting that position.
Absolutely. And there also, I mean, so there are some parts that you can understand about wall break, right? Like you don't need to be revolutionary space flight engineer to figure that part out. So if you break it with the normal, if you break it with the special, or you break it with the super, those give 3 different levels of Oki. And that's something to keep in mind. So a lot of people cash out immediately at the wall because they, you know, use the super, rely on the positive bonus to get the tension back up, and they get the hard knockdown Oki. So there are certain scenarios where you do want to, you know, just spend everything you got. Most of the time, you really do. If I'm, you know, looking at it, there are very nuanced scenarios where it's like, I'm actually going to save the tension here, and that's a very specific thing. I think that's more of a player-to-player thing, more so than a character-to-character thing.
Yeah. I know, like a lot of people probably saw those Soul videos, right, where he wall breaks with super at the wall, and then he loops fast RC overheads like 4 times, and then kills you with a fuzzy guard or whatever. But
yeah,
you know, outside of some pretty, I would call that a specific situational thing. You know, you just want to spend your meter, get the wall break, get back in there.
Yep. Yeah, especially if you're starting out, like that's the thing to do. Don't waste your time with trying to get too fancy with it. I think this game will get to the level where those intricacies really matter at good things, but you know, if you're starting out, go ahead and spend the meter, get out of there, get your damage, and get your paycheck and go home, as they say. Don't put in overtime if you don't need to.
For sure. And it is cool to see like some of those balancing decisions. We talked about Ride of Lightning before, but other supers too. You know, people are like, why do these supers do so much damage? You know, I can just do like, you know, 2 hits into super for 50% at the wall and a wall break. It's like, yeah, they need to do that, otherwise you wouldn't use them.
Yeah, that's true. That is very true.
But yeah, we should be getting right back in here with the matches as soon as possible. We've got a couple lined up, and we're getting in the lobbies there for you. In the meantime, again, !Macho, use code TOTSUGEKI. I believe there are still codes. There are still codes available. Yeah, there's still 30 codes available. So definitely get in there. Use code TOTSUGEKI. Free money into the prize pool.
Yeah, let's use those codes in there. It's just super easy to do. Macho has even changed the setup. All you gotta do is click the claim code button now. So like you don't even need to put the code in. You just click the button. So 2 clicks and you're done. So let's see that. Let's see that get up there. Support these players and the tournament staff as well.
TOTSUGEKI, and I'm sorry, it still says May on there because it's a joke, right? Because it's May.
I thought it was, and it upset me on an emotional level. But then I was like,
I literally
in Stride, every day is the month of May.
I literally just made a typo and I put it up there, and Lord Elvin Shadow was actually the first one to notice it. He's like, you know, your thing is wrong, right? I was like, it's definitely a joke. Very good joke that I made there.
Oh yeah, but
Dr. Science is also a doctor of humor.
Some people would say humor is a science, and I would agree. But yeah, it's super easy to do. You know, the sponsor quests are on the side. Hit those up too if they're available in your region, because you know, why not add a little bit extra into the pot?
Yeah, for sure.
Welcome.
All right, let's give this another. Let's give this a go.
Yeah, I hear the pirate music. That's one step closer to the hard rock intro to a round.
Yeah. It was definitely extra painful in that first week there, though, when you couldn't even search the lobby codes. That was real hard.
That one was a rough one for sure. Especially if someone only had it on one console, would make it quite difficult. Being in the TL space, I'm just required to buy every fighting game on PlayStation. So
bro, tell me about it.
I ended up having it on. Yeah, I ended up having it on both anyway. But if you weren't fortunate enough to do that, then yeah, that was a tough scenario to be in. So at least they work now. We can get there, and hopefully we're going to start moving towards. Hey, no problem. Let's run this tournament and get it going.
Oh.
Okay, so I have. So we're trying KTang and Ed now.
Okay.
I actually want to see that one, knowing that
Oh well, now you pretty much guarantee that we won't.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have got excited. That's my fault. Blame this one on me. Send the DM hate mail. That's fine. I can take it. So KTang again, winning in winners quarters to move on to winner semis, meaning that they made quite the run. And EddVenture has had a similar run. Macho giving EddVenture the most trouble, it being a 3-2, super duper close. But that should be a really good one. I'm hoping we get to see that.
Yeah. Somebody just linked something, and I hadn't seen this before, so I appreciate it here. KyouxChan for linking that down in the chat. Apparently there is a bug in the newest patch, which you have to have the same download region to play in a PC lobby with other people.
What?
So I'm gonna go ahead and copy this here image and paste it in here for now, in case we need to worry about that later.
Sounds like we need to worry about it now.
Yeah, right.
That's curious. Okay. See, you tune into TOTSUGEKI and you learn all kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Hey, we're learning right here with you guys, you know?
Yeah.
It's a new day for all of us. Okay, states of Steam download. Okay. Oh, knock at the door. EddVenture is here. Let's see if we can get a connection.
I am brimming with anticipation.
Stop.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to be,
All right, we're
There
getting
we
in there
go.
with the match. We are back with KTang and EddVenture, which means Ramlethal versus Axel. Got
That's
two
right.
long-range monsters.
Yeah, this is an interesting match just because Ram kind of want to sit in a range where, EddVenture isn't that uncomfortable with. So I'm curious to see how KTang approaches this matchup and how they get EddVenture to the corner. But right now, it's all EddVenture.
Look at the damage. It's got the corner pressure. Ooh, uses the sword.
I like that.
Oh, didn't full charge the dust. Nice throw. Gonna get the sword back. And the pressure in the corner. Gets the combo into the
Safe
wall
too.
break.
Full
Nice little
meter-
corner-to-corner sequence there.
Absolutely. I mean, the Ramthal can certainly do it. There's low
Sword
pressure
is out.
there. Gotta
Ram on
FD
low.
everything at this point.
You
Oh,
do
the
have
sword connects!
Ram does have the magic pixel to work with, though. Gets hit, though. For anyone who doesn't know, this game has a system like there was the same system in Grand Blue, where if you get chipped, you go down to 0 health, and then you got to get chipped one more time to die.
Okay, I actually did not know that about Try. That's good to know.
Oh, gets opened up trying to go for the dust there, and the burst bait.
Still gets the sword set. Here comes the pressure.
Yeah,
Tick
she's
throw.
right back on the pressure, though.
Big
And it's
damage.
definitely going to get the wall break here with the super.
Oh, that was safe.
Safe jumped. Good block. Doesn't have the punish, though. I believe you have to punish that in between the two hits.
Good
Ooh,
air throw into the RC. Okay, Rachel.
Very
I see you out
nice.
here.
We do have another one, don't we? Or it was a yellow one before, wasn't it?
Yeah, there's two Rachels in the bracket. You got to watch out. You don't want to write the wrong name on the cup. That's just a whole conversation you don't want to have. Speaking of conversations,
Patches
KTang
with the high
speaking
sword.
to
Fates the burst. This is a huge turn here for KTang.
Gonna have that positive bonus going as well. Plenty of meter already.
Goes for that command grab. Nobody home. Counter hit. He's back to the corner though. There's the command grab. Finally catches it. RC into the corner. Axel Bomber doesn't get the full combo and gets him with the super.
Stop sign. You gotta be. I mean, especially in that scenario, KTang had 100 tension. So even if it was blocked, purple RC and
RC.
You know, nothing to see here.
Easy life.
Gotta love living it. There's the jump
Gets right in with that jump kick into the throw.
Right where they want them. KTang trying to apply the pressure down again. Sword set, yes.
Oh, get it through with the super.
50% tension on KTang's side.
Yeah, 50% tension for both of them. A little bit of a health lead for EddVenture, but I mean, that's one hit still.
Double jump back. It's trouble if Ed gets hit.
Yeah, first to keep that corner pressure, trying to keep him in there. Nice poke out.
It was good defensive syncings from Ed there. Just, you know, choosing the spots to throw the sickles down, and despite being in the corner.
Yeah, and I mean, Ramblethal, a character who has good range buttons, but Axel's button's definitely faster in the mid range than Ram. The Ram, like slash and heavy slash, have a decent amount of startup on them.
They certainly do, which is why you see KTang go into the air so much to try to just get the space where Axel is in, but gets cooped up by the up option.
Oh, low option, RC. Very nice. EddVenture with a quick 2 rounds.
Yeah.
Bringing it back to 1-1.
Continuing the journey so far and winning side for sure. KTang made a good opening gambit there in game 1, but I think EddVenture caught on to a couple of things that KTang was doing.
Yeah. All right. We're there for a second. We're in there.
Gotta build up the heart palpitation a little bit, you know, see what's
sure.
gonna happen.
The real tension is the lobby gonna win?
KTang quickly down to 50% health.
Yeah. Oh my god, counter hit.
Ooh.
Counter again. EddVenture just reading everything KTang trying to do right now and trades for the win.
EddVenture makes a home in the library apparently, because those were some sick call outs there.
Are we getting desynced here? Ah.
Oh.
All right. I will ping the two of them to make sure they. The whole server died? The whole room died?
Did the whole room die? Okay. Action was too much for the server to handle.
Yeah.
And
yeah, that was
back into it.
It was a good match so far though. It was definitely back and forth. And like I said, the Axel, it feels like he definitely has to sort of poke out at that mid range with the fast buttons. And like ultimately, I think you have the faster buttons to work with, but it feels like he has to make more correct reads than the Ram, right? Because the Ram, like if you really get like a nice hit mid screen, you're doing a lot of damage into the corner into a wall break. Whereas Axel has a lot of these sort of hits where he'll get like 3 hits, 4 hits, and then it drops, and then he gets pressure again, and you know you gotta kind of keep that pressure going from distance there, as opposed to Ram, who's really just looking for one sort of good opportunity.
Yeah, and that's why you saw Ed really vary the timings of the attacks that he was doing on the normals, right? Because if you get into a pattern that kind of looks, you know, autopilot-y, and you let the Ram get in, then you're in trouble. So oftentimes you see Ed just like up back and not do anything, right? And just wait and see what was going to happen before throwing out a sickle. So I completely agree. It's more about Axel making the right reads to keep Ram out, because once Ram is in, you're likely going to end up in the corner, and then you have to play Ram's game, which is, you know, the sword set, strike throw, or you know, guess wrong and go through the wall, and now she has tension, and then it's hard to take your turn back because again, stop sign, right? Like immediate super to just keep you off, and you have to play the guessing game. I really liked Ed's adjustments there because it felt like game one, that was KTang's plan. Just get in, carry him to the wall, pretty, set it and forget it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Ed won game 3, so Ed is up 2-1.
Okay.
And they're gonna wait for us to get back into the lobby so we can see the next game. Once again, we're picking it back up so we can catch the end of the set.
Yeah.
Wish we could see it all, but that's not the case.
Well, we'll get there. But I think that it's not a surprise hearing that Ed went up 2-1, given the momentum of the match. I think Ed had a couple of things figured out, and it's up to KTang now to use some of Ram's other tools, if possible. It's really hard, right? Because the air approach is really difficult if Axel was reading it and saying, okay, yeah, you can try to air approach, but I'm just gonna, long range jab you out with the sickle and force you to either guard or you get hit, and then I get to continue to harass.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and Axel's a character who I think, well, we'll see probably more Axels come up in the future. I feel like, right? I mean, you have to. Those buttons look like they feel nice.
Yeah. They look like they feel nice. They look fun as well. Like if you're that type of player that just enjoys frustrating the ever living heck out of someone, that's definitely something that Axel can do, and has the damage, which I think is so important. Like if Axel didn't have the damage to go on top of that kind of just long distance, keep you out gameplay, it would be a different scenario. But he certainly does, and that can make the world of a difference when it comes to a high damage game, right? Because it feels bad when you have a zoning character that if the person gets in, you haven't done enough life damage to at least make it a even match for getting hit.
Yeah.
I hear the menu cycling through, so I know we're getting close.
Yeah, it seems like one of those characters where I'm not sure that there's too many people out there who are aesthetically interested in an Axl Rose lookalike, but as people get a little more over like the first couple weeks and get more sort of comfortable with how they want to play the game, I feel like maybe you'll see some more people switching to Axl because he seems like he's got some nice tools going on for people who really want to play a zoning play style.
I think so. I think that you'll see a couple people switching over just because they've got a understanding of the game, maybe from playing like Soul or something like that, to just like, hey, I'm going to pick a character that is just strong and I can focus on learning the game. And then once they're comfortable with the general system, picking a character that for them maybe would be more entertaining in a longer term scenario.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sorry, I picked the wrong room there. I'm just gonna go back.
There's much to think about. I know for me, I played in open beta 1, I played Ram. Open beta 2, I played Eno, and now I'm playing Mei, right? Mei and Ram, I think, were good choices. Eno is a little bit more struggle life, but still got some cool stuff going on, and like all very different like play styles, right? Like Eno definitely has her own thing going on, and Ram has her own thing. Mei has her own thing going on, and as you get more used to the game and the systems, you'll start to figure out what you want out of a character. Like it's okay to switch based on that way. Do I hear a match? Do I hear a match? All right. So we're back in here. EddVenture up 2-1 over KTang.
Yeah. We'll see if EddVenture can kind of pick up with the momentum that they had throughout the first part of the set.
Yeah, nice little 3-hit conversion there from Ed at the start of the round. It's like 30%, honestly.
And that's what I mean. That's the damage that Axel can do while, frustrating their opponent. But the Sorcerer interrupted the dust, but aggressive burst there.
We talked about that before, the sword into PRC, but Axel YRC's out of the situation.
Smart stuff, too. EddVenture with a decent life lead, chipping away at that. Look at the chip, even on the block. I just noticed that.
Damage.
Wow.
Oh, my God. The pressure. Nice poke out. Is that a 6P? I couldn't even see that at the bottom of the screen then.
Yeah, it was a 6P for sure, but it's going to be
there's the comeback slash.
Yeah. Match point for EddVenture.
We got the title music too, hell yeah.
Sword set. Overhead block.
The overhead.
Yeah.
Oh, no
take
combo.
Your turn back. The wall.
And there's the wall break. Super. Oh, it's too high. Oh, no.
That's why I was making that sound. That is a really tight window, and sometimes it doesn't hit the hurt box of the shoes.
Yeah, I feel like the other super's just so much more reliable there. All right.
So the reason to go with that super actually is it scales better against guts than the explosion, but it's a tight window.
Oh, the command grab. It's got to think a little bit of a life lead now. The RC baits the burst. Ooh, oh man, KTang's got to be kicking himself after that one. After that super dropped in the corner, it was just all Ed.
Yeah, changes the match for sure, and that's. I mean, we were talking earlier about intentionally letting the opponent, not go through the wall. That's one of the dangerous scenarios. I obviously not intentional from KTang, but the opponent can tech back to mid-screen, So.
Yeah, I think that like letting an opponent fall off of wall tech is a risky strategy no matter what, but especially if you're facing the other way doing a super, like a long duration super, then it's really dangerous, extra dangerous.
So it's going to be EddVenture moving on in the bracket, apparently to play Lungster in winners finals.
Yeah, so that was actually our a match of top 8. So we did miss Lungster and KyouxChan on the other side. Unfortunately, it looks like we weren't able to get that match, but that was our first top 8 match there. So you can see the level of play very high out here at this point. Like the Axel, it's so cool to see. Some of these underrepresented characters, you don't run into them as much online or whatever. Although I know it seems like people who I've talked to seem to have like different experiences with characters they run into a lot. Me, my most played against character, Potemkin. I Waze too, and I don't know why.
Really?
Yeah.
I guess I've just drawn the short straw. I've only faced Soul, May, and Ramlethal. Those are the ones I've been fighting the most. Every now and then a Kai will creep in. I booted up on rank on I believe Thursday, and I fought a Faust, and I was flabbergasted. I'm like, who in the what? So that was like the first Faust that I've played against. But yeah, I've gotten I guess the shorter end of the stick on that one, because it's been all top tier all the time against me.
I like Soul is like, I hear people talk, Soul I think is a common one that people say they see a lot of. Soul is right in the middle of like characters that I've faced, because they show you you played each character. So I played a decent amount of them, but yeah, for some reason I get like tons of Potemkins and like almost no Axels, and I think I've faced like one Kai ever.
Really? Okay. Kai is the mid-range for me. Like a couple of Kais will slip in, but yeah, I'm surprised that maybe it's the time of day that you're playing. Maybe it's like Grappler Hour or something like that, where they just all log on at the same time. But yeah, Pot, another character that a lot of people are saying is on the bottom end of the spectrum. We got to see, if you watched the 10v10 yesterday, you got to see FAB go to work on Pot, which, I mean, of course, if you know anything about gear, FAB, like the lord of Potemkin, best Potemkin on the planet. So yeah, it's different when FAB is playing Pot. He has a different rating on the list.
He's definitely built different, but it's hard for me to say Pot is low tier when you can do stuff like, frame 2 armor, drift RC forward into Pot Buster, like that kind of stuff. I see, like, suddenly you are armoring through a move and half screen away Pot Bustering someone. I'm like, it's really hard for me to see this and say this is a struggle character, but I don't play it, so I'll let other people talk about it for now.
Yeah. One of the low kick homies, when they were testing out Strive, plays with grapplers, pretty much. So I got a good amount of experience against Pot back when I was trying out Nago. Different matchup completely, because neither one of them are going to be air dashing in on one another, so it was really kind of not your standard Strive experience against Pot, but 2D into Mega Fist, really strong natural combo, right? Like you just get the hit, you don't even need counter hit to land it. And I think that Pot does have some things that he can do, and the drift mechanic certainly helps them out. I think that where they struggle is that Heat Knuckle being a hit grab, meaning that you can block it, can make things a little difficult for the Potemkin player. But when it does land, if you're anywhere near the edge of the wall, it sends you straight through.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, that being It's hard. I know, I've seen a couple boomer takes on Twitter or whatever where people are like, bring back air unblockables, you cowards, or whatever. Can you imagine just because you jumped, like suddenly your character eats like 70%? Like, man, this game would be rough.
So, you want me to answer that as a Nago player or as a Ram player? Because those are two different opinions on air unblockables. It's certainly I think obviously they changed it for a couple of reasons. Also, the way that IB works, they want you to IB in the air, right, to not get sent like down the block when you do correctly guard against something. But
yeah, down the block with 50 frames of blocks done.
It's a ton. It's a ton. That being said, yeah, I think it's just going to take some getting used to. Even as someone who played plus R for a while leading up to Strive, Justice has a really good 6P, right? Like this is really good.
Yeah.
It's on hit you can just do 50% damage. Like that's just what it is. So that being changed in this game to where you don't have to FD like to block in the air, it does change some of the momentum. We'll see how it does. I think if you get a lot more people willing to jump because of it. So I'm curious to see. Right now, everybody's jumping. Like everybody's just jumping, and I'm curious to see if there are more ways to punish those jumps from just a universal standpoint. Because a lot of people, even with their 6Ps, they don't do a grip for like anti-airing them unless you're like Nago or something like that, where you can cancel into a huge launch special. But I think that we'll see in the future what comes from the anti-air game and the air-to-air game. I think those are really two interesting areas about Strive that is still being discovered.
Yeah, for sure. And it's another thing where I think it kind of seems like maybe there's a little bit of design philosophy bleeding over from some other recent games, because I remember that was like a big thing in DBFZ when that first came out, where it was like, if you block something in the air and then you land while you're still in block stun, you have this really heavy block stun to make sure that whoever put you in block stun gets to keep pressure going, which was not always the case in older games, including older Guilty Gear games, right? And that has carried over into this game, where they clearly thought it was a good idea that, like, especially like some of these characters, I know that like Kai or whatever, and I jump at a Kai and he's like with the elbow, and then I just like whoop back across the screen and my character's like and he just gets to kick at me or whatever, and it's an interesting feeling, and I think that that's one of those things that maybe for new players feels more fair or whatever, because they did anti-air and they at least get to like be somewhat safe after that.
Continue to keep things going. We'll see how it develops. I'm curious to see if and when IBing becomes more regular. We already said at the top of the stream that is a tight thing to do with 2 frames at the moment. Yeah, but if it does become more of a regular thing, first of all, whoever's doing it regularly is just legendary. But if they are able to time certain anti-airs with the IB and get that, the drop straight down, that's really going to change things up, right? Because then, it's going to make whoever's trying to anti-air feel a lot less comfortable if they're predictable with it.
Yeah. There's obviously, it goes without saying, there's definitely a lot of room, even the top players right now, there's still a lot of room for growth for people, opportunities to use like a lot of these mechanics that aren't really being exploited to the full cheapness yet. And we'll see more and more of that as time goes on. It's kind of fun early in a game's life, when you really get to see people just out there kind of freestyling, playing the nooch rather than like everything down to a science. But it's also cool to see the level ups.
Looks like
who are we looking at this time? Are we in winners finals now? All right, we'll do winners finals, then we'll go try and catch some of these matches through losers before grand finals. Oh, I hear a match. So yeah, we got EddVenture and Lunkster. Winners finals is an Axel versus Millia.
There you go. There you go.
There you go. Make your tier list accordingly.
TOTSUGEKI 1 tier list.
All right, so yeah, Millia, we all know she's got to get in, and she is in.
I mean, doesn't take much sometimes when you got that kind of air mobility, especially if you're used to putting pressure on it early, like Luxor.
Yeah, EddVenture though, it looks like he's got some ideas here though. We already saw him jump out of one of those like Oki setups there. He was aware that it wasn't real, so it looks like he's got some matchup experience. Gets wall broken though, and on low health.
Yeah, Luxor looking to close things out, but EddVenture with a full bar attention can spend a little bit of money to make something funny happen.
Yeah. Lungster, meanwhile, likewise, seems to really understand the Axel game. Really good about faultless defensing a lot of these like things to get out of situations and prevent chip damage. Oh, gets command grab though. There's the RC. Oh, that's a drop combo.
Yeah, waiting for the burst there. Ed was looking to get the burst
right.
and didn't happen, so combo kind of fell apart.
Nice blocks. Axel gets out of the situation.
Ooh, big 6B hit there.
Ooh, nice air throw. Gets to run full screen and put on the pressure. Little dust from Axel there.
Fastball didn't quite work out. Ed with the unblockable. Yeah.
Doesn't go for the RC that time. Instead uses the drift RC down afterwards and catches it one more time. Let's go.
Had one of those weird elevator moments where you're going down and the other person's going up, but you're supposed to be catching the person. Oh no.
Into the wall break, using the rose. Beautiful. 50%. Start the round off nice and easy.
Positive bonus for sure. Pushing Ed into the corner. Lost.
Pressure up the super. You got the meter, use it. Oh, bursts out. I think he could have gotten punished for that, but gets away with it.
Still got a long road to go for that burst meter to fill back up because it did not connect. Ooh, don't crack open quick,
nice
RC.
RC. Directly into the super. Oh, it's enough damage with the run-up sweep afterwards. Very nice.
I really like the usage of the Sonic Spinball super from Luxor to get those plus frames to be able to run up. That's really good. Starting it up. Luxor trying to find a way in. Gets clipped out of the skies and right back down. That actually did like 25%. 2 hits. Holding their ground really well at the moment. RC after the jump. Okay, stagger pressure. Luxor finally getting a chance to play. The disc, though, going to help out a homie. Wall close to breaking. It really needs to be careful here. Found the right timing to interrupt the string, and Ed hangs on to take round 1 at game 2.
Yeah, trying to stay alive here. Good, we're getting some competitive matches on stream.
Stagger pressure in the throw. Yeah, gotta imagine Luxor's gonna start using that more now that Ed has been known to guard up.
Yeah, Ed again, not respecting these Oki setups. Luxor not going for just the straight media options, and EddVenture up backing a lot. Oh, the clash.
Stagger again. Super. I don't think
super does that hit behind. Oh, it does.
Goodness.
We got hitboxes out here. 6P into RC, and that is definitely enough. So we're going to the final round.
Yeah, game 2 on the line. Luxor trying to convert early and does.
Nice.
So clean on those air-to-air conversions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Millia, just so cool watching her with all those air dash cancels in the combos. Such a stylish character. So fast.
Sure.
Oh, and the punish on the burst.
Fantastic stuff from Luxor. Disc setup. Ed trying to double jump out, but gets caught again.
He tried to press a button on the way down that time. Oh. Lets him fall off the wall again, but once again catches him trying to do something up there in the air. Luxor taking it up 2-0.
Yeah, Luxor looking pretty strong at the moment, not deterred at all by Ed sickle tosses, and okay, let's see what Ed can do to try to get out of those scenarios. I think getting caught in the air is really what's tripping up Ed.
Yeah, it's funny because I was saying it's like, oh, you know, he's not respecting these wake up situations. He's holding up back. You might want to like meet him to keep him on the ground. Lungster instead just letting him jump out and then meeting him air to air twice in a row there to take the round.
Hey, listen, Lungster's like, I got 3 jumps, you got 2. Go up if you want to.
Putting on that pressure though, uses the super. Nice poke out.
Yeah.
Lungster definitely, we're not seeing the sort of confidence with the buttons that we did earlier on in the game though. He's very ginger pressing some of these buttons, going for real safe, light options.
Oh,
nice conversion.
Disgusting stuff from Lungster. A little bit of a left-right into an anti-air.
Yeah, Axel's already used his burst a little bit before it comes back. If Lungster can do something here, he's in really good position to head on into grand finals.
What's the setup going to be? Throws the disc. Yeah. Yep. You better believe it.
Yep.
Here we go.
Okay. Gets out of it that time. Gets a little bit of a combo. Actually, that's a lot of damage. What am I talking about? Oh, the super. Does it connect? He's too far. Drift RC back. The punish. And the command grab. Ed staying alive.
EddVenture still has a story to tell.
Nice poke. Oh, command dash down into burst. She's like, give me this corner.
Yeah, I will have this corner.
Air dashing around, trying to find a spot, and gets right on top of Ed's head.
Hold the burst into the purple RC.
Oh, drops the combo. That was a little bit of a strange conversion there. I'm not surprised that it dropped. Gets the throw though. And that's enough with the sweep. Lungster 3-0 once again. I thought that set looked close. It was 3-0 again into grand finals.
Yeah, that was good stuff from Lungster. I mean, had the wherewithal to not press as much until they were in range, and the air mobility. Like Lungster was able to just smooth on through, and it does make it more difficult when the character has additional air mobility for Axel to kind of just snipe them out, right? Like, because you don't want to mess up and whiff because you're going to get punished. And yeah, Lungster just played that extremely well.
Yeah, very nice, very nice. So that sets up Lungster. Lungster is now waiting in grand finals with that Millia, looking super crispy out here. I'm gonna look back at this bracket real quick. Has he dropped a round yet? Yeah, okay. Dropped a round to Bisu earlier. And then dropped 1 round to U.S. Marine in round 2. After that, though, 3-0, 3-0, moving on through, you know?
Yeah, strong play. So, Millia in grand finals, you know, one of those things where, again, just don't judge too early when it comes to games. And, yeah, I'm looking forward to see who's going to be the one to challenge them. Obviously, EddVenture in losers finals, right? So, definitely has a shot for the run back, but we've got some other strong players waiting on loser side. We got Macho still down there. KTang is down there. A couple of people we've seen on stream before.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And we're gonna try and get some of those matches on stream here. Let me make sure I'm gonna do some coordination here real quick.
No worries. While we're waiting on some more matches to come up, get that Matcherino link. Should be !Matcherino in the chat. Click the button. You don't even need to use the code anymore. Shout outs to Matcherino for making it even easier to donate to the pool. And I think we still have some codes left. So look, all you gotta do is log in, click the claim code button, and you're done. Like, you don't have to do anything else. But what you can do in addition is, while you're waiting, use some of those sponsors quests as well and up the pot even higher. Show some love to the players who've come out to give us a good show.
Yeah, I know the players appreciate it. It helps support our staff a little bit too. I want to show our staff that we love them. You guys want to show our staff that you love them. They've been working hard today. I know everybody's working hard to make sure we get through all these lobby systems. We got a team of experts assembled to do this work out here. So show them that you love them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always nice to be able to give that look back, especially like Macho makes it easy. Like,
We got expert casters at least.
That's what we're here for.
yeah. Trying to.
Expert casters. Also, I'm here.
No, it's been great. I've been, like I said, enjoying the time, and no matter what, I still really find these matches to be incredibly entertaining. So we've seen some good stuff today.
Yeah, for sure. And considering honestly, it's one of those things where it's like, oh man, it's a roughly a 60-person tournament. You got lobbies that don't work. We're playing 3 out of 5. It's probably going to take like a million years, right? But we're most of the way through the tournament now, less than 2 hours out. So it's a quick game, and the matches are fun, explosive, exciting. I hope you guys have been liking them too, and we've been able to get them in there for you.
For sure. No, for sure. You boil it down, and all the technical issues aside, and it's been moving really fast.
Yeah, so we'll see. What's the next match we're trying to get up here? Oh, we're in there already. Look at that.
No one get excited. Everybody, just normal faces. Don't let them know.
Chetoo Gamer and who was it?
KyouxChan.
KyouxChan. Chetoo, which I'm definitely gonna see it as Cheeto every time I see that.
I wasn't thinking that until you said it, so thank you very much.
Sorry. All right, so we've got our first Leo of the match, and also I want to say I really like this May color. It reminds me of Gum from Jet Set Radio. For any other boomers out there.
Oh yeah, it does.
Well, the big
two definitely not caring about Jet Set Radio, trying to set a different kind of face. Back soft though.
Yeah, good jump in. Oh, the 6P.
Projectile, yeah. JH.
Big
the thing.
jump in.
Okay.
Oh, the cross-up dive into RC.
Okay.
Gets the corner extension. Oh, didn't quite finish it. That was nice, though.
Yeah, I like the idea.
Hey. Oh, tried to get the side switch. Didn't run far enough.
Yeah, KyouxChan, despite getting hit with a couple of big counter hits, has the life lead and the momentum. JH in the TOTSUGEKI.
Yeah, that's such a nice thing in this matchup. If you ever are in the air with him, oh, nice! Finishes it off with the ball break. Leo gorillaing his way into the corner.
Yeah. I mean, Chetoo has actually been a little bit more patient than you might see some Leo players on when to go in. Just mindful of not wanting to get hit by those big buttons from there.
Getting the pressure. Oh, there's the cross up. The overhead. What's coming this time? Oh, the command grab. And the air grab.
Throw? So I'm not done talking. Uh-oh.
Throws him back into the corner. Got a chance here. Oh, yeah, he's got that flash kick ready to go. You know it.
S flash kick as well, so that was really well calculated. 6P into the run through, into the scoop.
Command grab again. All right, well, got a couple sort of big counter hit, jump heavy type situations from May, but Leo generally just in control of that round. Got the horse avatar too. That's always a bad sign.
Yeah, that's someone I'm definitely terrified of. You know, it's like this person is very dangerous. I don't know. Uh-oh, did they start before we could?
Oh no! Oh. I'm gonna message them about that one. You guys gotta do better than that.
Please, I know you want to get back in, but sometimes we just need 2 seconds. Woof.
And this would be a great spot to talk about what we lost from Grand Blue Fantasy Versus, and that is a permanent spectator mode at a station within the lobby.
Yeah, there's no permanent spectator mode. So the reason why this happens, and I'm just gonna say it shouldn't work this way. Basically, if you're in a match, you're spectating, and then that set ends, rather than like leaving whoever is in there on spectator mode, it just boots everyone on the whole thing. You have to re-spectate, and also you can't start spectating in the middle of a match, which is also a problem. But,
yeah.
But it looks like they at least, KyouxChan, I guess, had the stream up or whatever, realized that this was not being streamed correctly, so they're just going ahead, killing off a character real quick, and we're going to get the matches for you.
Oh, okay.
So it's good news.
That's off. Much appreciated.
Yeah, we appreciate it, guys. Working with us to make this work, and we'll get the matches for you.
Yeah, that's such a slide back that makes me think of like Tekken lobbies, like online Tekken lobbies, which are see Dynamite, like his eyes like just pointing down in a way like I don't want to think about that. Like, no, why would you bring that up? Why would you ruin my perfectly good day? We were playing Guilty Gear, everybody was having fun. You had to bring in Tekken lobbies.
those were some rough ones for sure. Only they recently got better, but for a while it was like, oof.
It's still pretty bad.
I wasn't trying to go all the way there, but
I mean,
since we're here,
yeah. I don't know. Namco's not offering me any sponsorship, so let's just talk about.
There are some bad lobby systems out there for sure. This is
even SoulCal lets you stay on watch.
This is there's the bones of a good system. So hopefully we get in there.
Yeah.
But for now, we're getting into a good match.
Just got to get a chiropractor in there and twist him in the right fashion.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, Cheeto up. Well, see, I knew it. I knew it.
Got him.
Chetoo up 1-0 on KyouxChan, making Leo look pretty strong against May. I like the patience that Chetoo showed early. Just not kind of recklessly Leoing in there, just waiting and finding the right moments.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you have to with Leo. You as much as you say Leo is like a guerrilla character, right? Yeah, it's a character who really has to play defensively a lot of the match until you get this situation when now you're in there. Now you get to press your buttons.
Speaking of pressing buttons, Chetoo pressing all the right ones to get that wall break. The blocks on the TOTSUGEKI. 6P? Oh!
Nice. And the air throw.
Wow!
Chetoo looking nice out here, reading every movement. And the overhead.
Chetoo steamrolling at the moment.
Nice, sets up the Oki. That's guaranteed. Nice. Jump heavy counter.
Yeah, Chetoo showing patience at the moment, not minding the block up. 6P.
6P up, back into the corner. Oh, it goes the wrong way with the slash. But now Chetoo has the corner position. Throws out though. Oh, the cross up slash, the overhead. We're getting it started. There's the wall break with the super.
Positive bonus. Dash up throw. Back turn. Can he parry it? Oh, yeah!
Parries the Orca. Oh, very nice. Chetoo.
So we're in the desert. Ain't no water around here.
All right, don't start this match until Matchstick starts spectating, please. Excellent. We are in there. So Chetoo goes up 2-0 with the Leo, and I mean, looking really, really solid. Like, I had said at the beginning that like as a character who kind of has to struggle a little bit in the neutral until he gets in. It doesn't look like May has really been able to do much of anything in the neutral so far. I mean, where are the TOTSUGEKIs? Where's the counter hit TOTSUGEKIs? Come
on. I need more dolphins. Look, Doc, they're in the middle of the desert. The water's all the way over there. It takes some time.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I really don't want to think about the physics of these seals popping out of rocks.
Oh.
Got the corner position, gets the throw.
May classic at the moment. 5
Oh, the air dash cancel. Nice. Just getting in there. Oh, she goes for the defensive throw. Nobody home.
Chetoo playing it slowly. Oh, great backdash there.
Excellent backdash. And the overhead. Drops the combo, gets it right back up. It doesn't matter. He's still back there, and he's still pressing buttons.
Look, the front is a man in the suit. When he turns around, that's when you see the gorilla.
Yep. Okay, the RC. Oh, RC's out of that situation. Very nice.
Oh.
This should definitely be enough damage. KyouxChan gets a round up on the board.
Just built enough meter there to RC during that combo. Good awareness from KyouxChan.
Oh, flash
Round
kick.
start flash kick.
Away. Just do it, right? And the dust too. Full charge dust. He's just doing whatever he wants.
Yeah, to decide that the gorilla can also look at you from the front of the suit.
Oh, the counter. There it is. There's my counter hit dolphin.
Bottom low, super.
Into the super. Is this enough?
This might be it.
That is it. I think the wall break is what put that over too. It looked like there was a sliver left after the super. 3-2-2. KyouxChan now fighting for his tournament life here. Very nice. Forces the burst.
Yeah, Chetoo's pressing against the corner right now. Flash kick to interrupt TOTSUGEKI.
Oh, nice air-to-air conversion. Beautiful. It's just, it goes the whole way into wall break. 50%. Chetoo getting that positive bonus, trying to close this one out.
Playing it patiently. Has plenty of meter to use. KyouxChan with the burst.
Once again, trying to catch air-to-air. Gets out, though, with the up back. Okay, it's party time.
Yeah.
Has to burst. There's the counter hit. Nice setup. Very nice setup mid-screen there with the ball. Gets that counter hit again into the RC. He doesn't have burst. Oh, drops the combo.
Unfortunate. Chetoo's going to be able to get out and play it nice and slow. Doesn't want to overextend.
There it is, the counter hit. He's got the meter for the RC again. No burst available this time. KyouxChan staying alive.
Just when you think it's safe, that dolphin with the just empty expression, only a murderous intent, comes through and ruins your day.
Just when you think it's safe to go back in the water.
Don't even have to go back in the water. The dolphin comes out of the solid ground.
Yeah.
I mean, you know.
Most TOTSUGEKI's got me scared enough. I think I open my door in real life, it's just going to be a dolphin coming through to hit me right in the chest. That is so quick. It's so quick. And hey, good stuff to KyouxChan for hanging in there. We're going to get game
definitely. All right, we're back in there. They did it right. I was worried for a second. Yeah, 2-1. KyouxChan trying to stay alive here with the May. Definitely found some better stuff that time. Got a few good hits. Finding some spots to let the Dolphins, the jump heavies, stuff like that loose. Found some counter hits and managed to stay alive in this one. We'll see if Chetoo can make any sort of adjustments here.
There's the throw in the run through. And now another throw. KyouxChan working with all the momentum at the moment.
Wow, flash kicks out of there for the punish. The dive into the corner, counter hit headbutt. Oh, tries to slide in.
Wow.
Projectile coming. He's back turned. Look out. Oh, tried to go for the command grab. Got jumped.
Big punish.
Big punish on the flash kick.
All right, Chetoo's going to be looking to close that distance. But the meter from KyouxChan makes it real scary.
Cross up jump 2H. Putting on that pressure. Leo trying to find a spot to get in. There's the counter hit dolphin again. KyouxChan looks like he's figuring some stuff out.
Yeah, and the answer is more dolphins.
I mean, always is. I told you, don't tech TOTSUGEKI. Yeah. Oh, gets the command grab though.
Okay.
Good chunk of damage. Gets the pressure going back turn 2. May gets out of the corner though. Puts stuff right back in with the dolphin, but then Leo puts himself in the corner with a cross-up slash. Gets the command grab.
Chetoo's got meter on deck to use. There's the purple RC to block the burst.
Aided.
Chetoo on match point once again.
Yeah. Nice little stand ass at the beginning of the round is May. It's a great feeling. Oh, the air throw to catch her out of the jump heavy. Ooh, jumps
Nice
out of the dust setup.
Ooh, big 6P. Gonna not get the run through, but continues it with the red RC.
Oh, too far to get that wall bounce combo.
Chetoo has not been having any of this jumping from KyouxChan this round.
Yeah, and this is set point here for Chetoo. KyouxChan has to preserve the rest of this life and make this happen if he wants to stay alive in the tournament.
Couple of swings. Purple RC. We've seen this setup before. Yes, it does connect.
Great. Oh, nice conversion to the slide there. Oh, and that is enough. Chetoo with the big hitbox claiming that one.
Yeah, falling JH is really good for Leo, especially against May, who typically has the just license to JH of her own in the air. The extension on that normal from Leo is really good to stop that type of stuff.
Yeah, extension's good, and you know, if May is down on the ground trying to do TOTSUGEKI stuff like that, a lot of those air normals with big hitboxes just beat her out of it. So it's a good option in that match. You know, air dash backwards is an option that you have available to you. I'm gonna let you know that right now.
Yeah, sounds like a TOTSUGEKI down player to me, but sure, I guess. But no, you're right. I mean, if you have certain characters like Ram can do the same thing. Like air dash back into JH is, you know, is really good defense against if you think a TOTSUGEKI is going to come along. And you know, speaking of coming along, Chetoo going to continue their journey through the bracket on the loser side. And
yeah, for sure. That was losers quarters. So that was losers top 8, and Chetoo is moving on into losers semis, which we're waiting on a couple matches. We had some people who were playing in multiple tournaments at the same time, so the brackets, you know, these kind of things happen. We're waiting for it to catch up a little bit. We'll try and get some matches on stream for you here.
Yeah, I have a couple coming up short.
Yeah, so I think this should be ImNotASandwich and Macho.
Okay. This would be an interesting one. I'm
that'll be fun.
Sure. Yeah, I'm not sure who ImNotASandwich is using in Strive. But either way, we'll get to see more of Macho's Zato and see what comes of it.
Yeah, we saw the Zato on stream just one time before, I want to say, and it looked nice. Looked real nice. So I'm excited to see more of it.
Yeah, for sure. And not to forget, we still have EddVenture and Losers Finals with the Axel, right? So that's going to be paired up. Winner of ImNotASandwich and Macho gets to go against KTang.
Yeah. Playing Rachel, right?
Yes, Rachel Valentine. The unlockable in Strive.
Mankind.
Okay, so here we are, right in there. Macho and ImNotASandwich. Let's go. Match into match? When does that happen?
I don't know.
All right. So Macho, I mean, that's Chipp feeling right there, right? He bursted that combo at the beginning of the match, still ate 50%.
I mean, that's sometimes the life you live.
Yeah,
I'm not a sandwich though. Staying in the air to make sure to not interact with Eddie at all.
Yeah, Macho bursting that instantly though, because as we all know, once Chipp gets in there on you, it can go south pretty quick.
Yeah, that's the APM on Chipp players has to be massive because you just need to be doing stuff all the time.
Yeah, he's got him in the corner. This is so hard. Burst already used up. Zato not with a lot of defensive options. Chipp just sort of runs him over there at the end of the round.
Certainly a fly swatter match if there is any against Chipp for pretty much anybody. But Macho
got Eddie out.
The adjustments. Yep. Get the pressure down with Eddie.
Okay. Recovering right now. Yeah, he's available again. Send him out one more time. Nice air to air. Got him into the corner. How far is this combo going to go? All the way into wall break. 70% plus on Chipp. Let's go. Calls the super. FD's it. Gets grabbed anyways.
Yeah, big plus frames on that super for sure. Good block on the diagonal alpha blade from Macho.
In the pressure burst. Wire sees it off. Okay, Chipp's getting started. Good blocks from Macho.
Trouble.
Can't block forever.
Oh!
Okay.
On the Gamma Blade for Macho. Closing things out. Good awareness.
Yeah, that was really nice. Just like a nice safe option. I don't know if he called that out specifically or if he's just trying to do a little retreating option, but really nice call out on the Gamma Blade.
Ooh, big counter hit with the Snapdragon. We're going back to the corner. ImNotASandwich in trouble.
Nice Abare there. Oh, blocks the YRC and the burst. No big punish, though. Calls out two of them and then doesn't get rewarded for it like he should, but he's still got the corner pressure going.
Shadow coming again. Drill coming out. Surfboard forward. The dust to stand him up.
Good block.
Oh, Kermit
Eddie
from
coming out
behind.
from the back.
All
I
right.
wasn't sure what happened there. I saw the shuriken coming down, and then I saw like a slash. I was like, wait, what? He wasn't that low. And then all of a sudden, I see Eddie just in the background, popping out of nowhere.
Eddie always has Zato's back.
So Macho goes up.
Leaf grab.
Yeah, nice start here. What's the mix? Oh, burst, no punish though.
Oh, that RC from ImNotASandwich.
Yup, gonna take that meter from the wall break.
Pulse comes out, but ImNotASandwich on the other side of it forces the unsummon.
Yeah.
Hands together.
Oh, gets it in time. And that is so much damage on Chipp. It's the RC though. No combo? Alright, that's fine. He's got the corner pressure. Takes the round.
Yeah, drill kick, one of those really good buttons from Chipp, and can put havoc on the person trying to block.
Alright, Chipp definitely not trying to stay in that corner there. Triple jumping out as best he can.
Ooh,
And the
STP.
DP. Like 2 DPs back to back there.
Sometimes you gotta let them know.
Don't let him know. Gotta represent these options, you know. Establish.
Red RC.
Good start.
Side switch.
Outside switch. Trying to take the corner pressure back. He's out of there though.
Yeah, Macho being able to escape. YRC to keep some pressure away, but ImNotASandwich not deterred.
Yeah, gets it right back. And he gets hit. Oh, nice
counter
air
hit.
to air. And he gets the combo too into super. Is this enough? I mean,
It's
Chipp's got no
absolutely
help.
enough.
That's enough.
Yeah, yeah. Macho taking a chomp down to see if it's not a sandwich, what is it?
Nice. Catching him trying to jump out of the setups there. I mean, that's your option with Chipp, right? You either DP or you try and triple jump out. Oh, big punish with the dust on the baited burst. He's going the other way?
Yo,
I've never seen that before.
putting hands together again, calling out the homies to eat, and they do. Gonna need a bigger boat. Macho going up 2-0.
Macho going up 2-0. Uh-oh. Are we booted from the game here? Please, no. Now we're in there. All right, let's go.
Back.
Starts the round out with the 6P.
I mean, why
Punish
not?
from the Chipp. He's got the corner pressure already. Jumps out of the leaf grab, though. Eddie pressure gets out.
Yep, a pulse comes out. Gonna take a little bit for Eddie to get back, but Macho still pressing. Immediate burst from ImNotASandwich to stay away
Yeah.
from the wall.
Gets the pressure. Gets Eddie back out again. Close. Okay, Chipp gets it started. Getting into the corner. It's gonna be wall stick. There's the break.
Plenty of meter available, but Macho getting back with the super to get the plus one counter hit.
and the counter hit. Not a huge amount of damage, but still, he definitely is waiting for that super at this point. He's been hit one too many times.
Oh, Shadow Kermit comes out.
He's so much damage into the super. That should kill. Yup.
Macho
Alright,
on
so
match
Macho.
point.
Yeah, trying to take this and move right on.
ImNotASandwich got plenty of work to do. Macho, though, with the counter hit, no burst available yet for ImNotASandwich. DP's through the
DP's
frog,
right
but gets
through
hit on the
Eddie.
other side.
Yeah. I mean, that's not the main character right there. Trying to establish pressure from full screen. ImNotASandwich, not a lot of life left at this point. Trying to run the mix up. He gets a hit. He gonna wall break off this? Okay, forces the burst. So Sandwich in a decent spot at this point. He's got burst available. He's pretty close on life. Oh, big 6P. Jumps out of the leaf grab, gets the hit anyways. Is this gonna be enough? Doesn't have enough for his super. It's not enough damage. Oh no,
gets the counter hit, force the
has the burst. Here's the super
Yo.
again. Is he getting hit? Oh, RC on the other side. Let's go. Sandwich staying alive.
ImNotASandwich just hitting the nitrous oxide to get to the finish line to avoid the deadly super.
God.
Big counter hit.
Counter hit
A little bit
again.
of trouble. Makes that a lot of bit of trouble.
Yeah, Sandwich out here looking motivated all of a sudden. Oh, baits the burst too. Gets one up on the board. 2 quick rounds from ImNotASandwich, saying he's still alive.
Yeah, ImNotASandwich definitely shifting into a different gear, so to speak. No pun intended. And Macho gonna have to lay down a little bit more oppression to keep ImNotASandwich from playing.
Yeah, he hits, snipes out the Eddie there with the Shuriken. That's actually a pretty nice tool. Envious of characters who can press 5K more than once in a combo.
There's the 2S there. Macho just trying to get things started. Gets the counter hit, forces the wall situation.
Oh, and the dust. This is going to be... Oh, baits the burst, but doesn't punish it. Oh.
Either way, that's burst out the way. Alpha Blade's going to get ImNotASandwich out of trouble, though. Now Macho at the wall.
RC combo. A lot of damage. Eddie's back out.
Double Shuriken. Oppose comes out.
Oh, gets opened up low. Thought the bonsai was coming, maybe. Oh, and there's the overhead sandwich on a roll.
Playing real fast and keeping things aggressive, as you would expect from a Chipp player, right? Like this is what they want to do.
Yeah. Defensive throw back into the corner, gets the Eddie set up. This is definitely big damage into wall break.
Macho's gonna have enough meter for a super pretty soon. Oh, and here it comes.
Oh, it beats him out. Nice. I didn't know what was gonna happen there. I'm gonna be completely honest.
That super comes out really fast, the monster super, so I expected a trade.
Yeah, and I mean, if it trades, Chipp only gets the first hit of that super, so I think that's definitely in Zato's favor, right?
Absolutely. Speaking of favor, Macho trying to keep things going. Punish on the whiff DP. Diagonal Alpha Blade. ImNotASandwich. Careful to stay away from the wall, but gets clipped up from the shadows from behind.
Oh, blocks the YRC and the punish. Macho in a really good spot at this point.
What a great DP from ImNotASandwich there.
Out. Oh, lets the opposed rock, so Eddie's on cooldown for a little bit. Gets the hit! Going back the other way. Woo.
Chipp just hanging out in the air with the shurikens, but Macho now has corner pressure.
Oh, back throw, nice. YRC coming out again. Both of them playing really patiently here. Shuriken on the opposed. Yep. Okay, gets hit by the frog. Ugh. One hit left on both of these guys.
ImNotASandwich does have burst.
Okay,
there it is.
Do we have a mix? Do we have a mix?
Force the block.
What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? Comes down with the dive kick and stays alive again. 2-2. Is this our first game 5 of the stream so far?
Definitely is. I'm not a sandwich. Letting people know that he's the whole meal. All right, you get some side, get some drink with that. It's the whole thing.
Duel 1. Let's rock.
There's the pressure for Macho to round start. This is the way that he wants to get things going. 2S counter hit, forces the burst out. ImNotASandwich down on life, but we've seen this before.
Yeah, okay, block that. Yeah, just getting the super out. Why not, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, Macho definitely. Oh. Not a sandwich. Again, we've seen it so many times where Macho gets like a big hit, but then Sandwich able to just get this pressure going, and Macho's got to find a way out, you know?
Wow, the shuriken there able to hit Zato despite the pose approaching. Backwards purple RC into a punish. ImNotASandwich pushing forward.
The big counter hit. It's not going to be that much damage though. Not going to carry to the corner. And another counter hit into the dust. Macho, one more time, set point.
Looking to close things out, but ImNotASandwich has been able to answer back almost every time. However, starting off real wrong.
He's in the corner. This is rough. Oh, he gets the counter hit. Sweet.
There's the drill kick again.
Pressure. Jumps out of the leaf throw. Still in the corner, though. Pressure still coming from Chipp. Blocks the overhead, but it's a drift RC mix.
Finds the right time to press a button. Oh, but the drill kick keeps him in the corner, forces the burst.
Curse.
Here comes the
calling that super
super.
again. He's just over there. Faultless defense, and he's fine.
Oh, big counter hit sweep.
Counter hit sweep. And the throw, that's going to be it. We're going to the final round.
Every time ImNotASandwich has been backed up, immediately answers right back. But a counter hit S for Macho, a good start.
Pose, keeping him locked in the corner. Has to burst out. It's a good start, though. Again, I don't think those leaf throws have been working out too well.
No, they haven't.
There it is. I cursed him into success.
Macho hemmed up in the corner, gets thrown. Oh, this should be a big punish. No, just a couple of jabs.
Oh man, so much pressure coming out here from Macho. He used that super, puts Eddie right back out, gets the combo, no wall break.
Macho had to jump back there with the button, did not want to get punished. Speaking of punish, 6P again.
So close at the end here. So little health left on both of them. Macho with the burst, but not a lot of health. There's the command grab.
This will allow him to get Eddie set. RCs afterwards as well. No burst available for ImNotASandwich.
And that's it. Macho closes it out with the big combo wall break at the end, ending it in a stylish way. You love to see.
Super competitive set, but Macho, at the end of the day, going to be able to chew their way into another chance through the losers bracket. That was super close match.
Yeah, it was a really fun match to watch because like both of those characters are so like pressure focused and like setup focused. So it was like you'd get Macho who would, you know, run these like Eddie setups and like have like these long pressure strings into like huge combos, went into wall caught in the corner, but then like, you know, Sandwich able to come back, put on like all this pressure with Chipp, just runs corner to corner, you know, throws, cross ups, overheads, all these options, and then just like run it all the way back in so many sets. It was really back and forth, a really entertaining set to watch.
Absolutely, and you know, hey, that's what we're all about. You know, the matches are exciting once they start rolling in, and I had a good time with that one. Curious to see how Macho continues to deal with the rest of the people in losers and how far he can make it, but you got to get there first, right? So KTang's the next one up for Macho, playing the Rachel Valentine. And
yeah, Matt, can we pull up the bracket real quick just so people can look at it real quick? Because I think it's pretty easy to understand at this point what we're going to be doing for the rest of the tournament here. Right here. So Macho has advanced over Sandwich there in CUY. Going to be facing up against KTang. And then just we're going to be moving straight forward there. Whoever wins that plays Chetoo. Whoever wins that plays EddVenture. Winner of that will go up to grand finals to play against Lungster's Millia.
Okay.
So we're getting down to the real nitty gritty of it here, you know?
For sure. Winding down. But you know, we're at the point in the bracket where these matches are going to be exciting, right? That's the level of skill that we've kind of distilled things to. And yeah, I mean, we got Leo waiting, we got an Axel waiting, and then we got a Millia waiting. So not the characters that you would expect, right?
Yeah.
There's
I mean,
there's
like,
one Ram left, and then the rest are, you know.
Yeah, we saw a couple Rams today. We saw a couple Mays. We did not see a single Soul on stream, right?
Oh wow!
Which I mean, I don't think that's necessarily representative of anything, considering how many connection problems we had. But it's interesting, though, right? But yeah, we're getting right back in there. It seems like now that we're down to the end of the tournament, people know how to get their connection sorted out. And we got Macho versus KTang coming right at you.
Oh, KTang immediately put into the corner by Macho, and good 60%.
The damage. Just a casual round start, 70%. You know.
Old super. Is this going to be able to punish? I think it might.
That go through? No, it does. It does still come out, but it doesn't work out too well for Macho. Ultimately.
This part does.
Oh,
yeah. Macho turning into a GDQ specialist at the moment.
Yeah, just, I mean, two huge conversions there. These big counter hit conversions. He's just ready for it. Ugh, again, look at this damage.
All right, you can expect the super to come out. Absolutely.
Yup.
Big plus frames on the block. You got to hold that.
so many overheads. So that was game one.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the key there is you saw in that last sequence, you saw the oppose just sitting there. So even if KTang pressed a button, the oppose would eat it up and they would get hit. That is a dangerous situation to be in.
The pressure, we're right back in the corner again. Gets hit with the overhead and the baited burst.
Yeah, that's a burst safe combo.
Going
Macho
back the other way.
switching.
Coming down. Get something started, but then it's a burst right away. Oppose coming out, frog from the back.
Right, and
Super
together
coming out
again. Didn't catch anything this time, so nice for KTang to avoid, but still has to block. Oh.
Man. It seems like KTang might, you know, I'm not sure, but KTang might not have a lot of experience in this matchup because we saw, like, in the last match, right? Sandwich at least had some ideas of when to jump out of the pressure, when to sort of press stuff. I feel like KTang is just getting hit here. Like, getting a lot of counter hits.
Yeah, and this is where, I mean, you just get to see Zato literally just eat up the opponent.
Super coming out one more time. Yep, take the pressure, back into the corner. Blocks the overhead that time, doesn't matter. He RCs and the empty low. Ugh.
You know it's rough when Eddie's in the background just cheering on like, yo, this is tight. I love this. This looks sick. You got it, boss.
Dude, I saw in the chat, like, oh man, so many overheads. And then the next one, just the empty low. It's just like, all right, yeah. Whew, that's rough.
This is you know, this is the Macho gameplay. I mean, he's a set play specialist, and he definitely knows how to do it. He loves the mix, and I mean, you get to see now how impressive it was for ImNotASandwich to fight, you know, and fight off against that. Because if you don't know, if you don't know, you're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it's really impressive. There's, you know, a few little spots that you can, you know, challenge or jump or whatever if you're aware, but yeah, Macho putting on a clinic so far in this set.
Yeah,
as soon as he gets metered for that super, it's just out. Oh, nice air dash though.
That was really good. Getting both of the swords back. KTang trying to make something happen. Red RC. Okay, and throw.
Oh, blocks the burst, but no punish.
Missed opportunity there.
And the overhead into combo. Into super. Okay, a little bit of life left on KTang. Oh, the fast
command throw.
Into command grab, cycling the options. That's what you got to do, right? You got to cycle your options.
Yeah, it's looking like Tour de France out here with all these cycling of options going on. It's a rough time for KTang. Match point Macho.
Okay, pokes out. That was nice. Oppose, throws right through it. Good, good. KTang trying to put something together. Gets YRC'd though. Macho's going to try and get set up.
KTang does have burst available though, so if they get tagged up, can try to escape, but you just got to watch for the burst bait. Pressure string, KTang just trying to guard it up and find a place to start their turn, but Macho's just all over him.
Yeah, KTang at least starting to try and jump out in some of the gaps there. Oh, yeah, not far enough for the Dario there.
YRC jump over, Macho just hanging out, relaxed, looking for a moment to press the buttons, and there it is.
And that's it. I mean, Macho right at the end, just keeping the neutral solid, getting those little hits, closing it out. I mean, it looked like, you know, KTang was maybe figuring out some of like the gimmicks at the end. I saw him jumping out in between the hits of the Eddie low stabs and stuff like that. Kind of that matchup knowledge starting to come in. But Macho putting on a really great show. We got to see some of the really, really gnarly Eddie mix-ups there.
I'm telling you, if you don't oppress Zato to the point where they can't play, you always are going to have to face that. It's like getting a multiple choice quiz, but every time you guess wrong, you just get hit in the head. Like, that's pretty much the experience with Zato. And it's one of those things, like you said, that you have to lab it out and study it. It's not a character where you can come and be like, I'll figure it out in the middle of the match. Probably not.
Yeah, probably not. Yeah, it's not a character who's running around with like really strong options in the neutral that you just got to kind of play around smartly. You really have to know his setups. You have to know where your spots are in his setups that you can do things, or else you're just gonna get run over.
Yeah, you're gonna get cooked. So it's gonna be Macho moving on. It's Macho versus Chetoo. This is Leo, right? So a couple of different interactions that I'm curious about. I haven't seen too much Zato versus Leo, but I'm curious about back turn parry, right? 1 frame, by the way, startup on that parry. So incredibly quick. But I don't know the interaction between Parry and Eddie. So I'm curious to see how that works out.
Yeah, that is interesting because I'm trying to think. And I'm not super like I don't have a ton of knowledge about Leo. Does it work against? It doesn't work against. Does it work? Does it work against regular projectiles?
Yes,
The parry?
you can parry regular projectiles, absolutely.
Okay.
So we'll find out.
It's hard as a May player because like, what am I gonna do? The seal ball? Is he gonna punish the parry that? That's not gonna happen.
Look, May is the projectile when she climbs on top of that dolphin and just comes soaring in.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was literally where my mind went. I was like, because I know it's countered TOTSUGEKI, so it counters projectiles. I'm like, wait, that's not a projectile. It seems like a projectile. Nah.
No, yeah, it definitely does. Yeah, curious to see. We may or may not get to see that situation. But certainly something that I'm sure Macho is aware of.
Yeah. But yeah, Macho moves on to face Chetoo in loser semis. So we got 3 sets coming up for you guys here. Loser semis, Chetoo versus Macho. Winner of that, once again, going to play EddVenture, the Axel, in losers finals. And then we got Lungster's Millia waiting in grand finals. So good character variety, good matches coming up for you guys. Sit tight. We'll bring you on the action.
Yeah, if Macho does make it to EddVenture, right, that will be the run back because EddVenture is the one that put Macho into losers 3-2. So something else to keep in mind. But we saw Chetoo go to work. Like Chetoo definitely made an impressive showing against KyouxChan's May, looking really strong on the layout. So not writing off either one of these players just yet.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, if you guys are hanging out there and you haven't gone and done it yet, I know I've shielded a few times, and I'm going to keep shielding it. The match arena, we still got a few codes left open, so you guys, you don't even have to put in the code. Don't even worry about code TOTSUGEKI. Just go over there and hit that button, just hit claim code. And it's a free 50 cents into the prize pool. You can log in there with your Twitch or whatever. They give you a lot of options for accounts you can link it to, so you'll always be logged in. You don't have to worry about remembering a separate password or whatever. And just put those codes in. Support not only our tournament, but any of these tournaments you see with match arenas. Definitely go hit that up. It helps the scene. It's free money for the FGC. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought? And as I said before, so much easier now that match arenas changed their UI UX experience. Just click the button, claim code, and you're good to go. No more copying and pasting. It's just right there, nice and easy.
But yeah, we're just getting this lobby up for Chetoo and Macho. And once again, thanks again for hanging out, spending your Sunday with us. I know there's other tournaments going on at the same time, immediately after this, first thing in the morning, the night. So we appreciate you staying here with us and hanging out,
Absolutely. Definitely tons of tournaments that you could be supporting. So I always appreciate the people that come through for the ones where I'm at, and glad to see the players supporting it as well, right? Because you got so many options to play in. It's always nice to see players come through and support tournaments that happen at all times of the day. So thanks again.
Yeah, really appreciate you guys. Without the players, without the people watching it, there'd be no reason for us to do this. So we really do appreciate you guys.
100%. All right, I hear the pirate music, so that's encouraging.
Okay. If we need to, we can do the thing where we make sure everybody's download region is the same. Now that we are up to loser semis, I don't think we're just going to be like, play it off stream. So those kind of options are now the kind of things that we want to start making sure we're doing, That's gonna make a lobby, and we're who knows? This is and at least we have some people with I don't know how much it's like it'll 100% fix and how much of it is like superstitions or whatever, but there's some fixes apparently out there that can help with the connectivity. So we're gonna do what we can, and hopefully, at some point in the future, we can also just do the classic, turn it off, turn it on again.
Hey,
Someone else makes a lobby.
Sometimes that works.
Yeah, I mean, Matt, if you're set up to stream it in Discord, I know we already have this Discord thing going on. Okay.
All right, so we got some options available. Like you said,
Options.
definitely want to get these matches on, right? They've been so
Yeah, for
good
sure.
winding down to these last couple that we're going to do everything we can to get these going because
Yeah.
they've been really good. Like they've been really, really good.
Yeah, and like earlier on in the tournament, we want to make sure we're also prioritizing our player experiences and not holding things up to try and make sure every match is on stream or whatever. So we did miss some of those in the early on. I know we appreciate you guys hanging out for the Dr. Science and Dynamite podcast. But now we're getting some real good matches, and we're gonna make sure these connectivity things are sorted out so we can bring you all the action.
Absolutely. Cannot wait to see what the rest of the tournament plays out like, especially as you said, the characters that are left. Pretty interesting. It's a lot of matchups that I haven't seen. Lungster, the Millia had me convinced, that it was like, oh, that's some tough stuff to deal with. EddVenture on Axel and Chetoo on Leo. So
yeah, the thing about Millia players is, I don't see a lot of Millia players online, but when you do, all of them have like clearly labbed extensively. You don't run into a Millia player who's just out there doing like ABC Super or whatever. No, every one of them's got like triple air dash combos and mix like high low left right 6-way mix ups off of every Oki situation, all that stuff. So it's always fun to see.
Yeah. I mean, look, if you're playing Millia, you're going to be labbing that stuff out because that's where she's strong, right? Air conversions, the incredible amounts of mix. That's what makes the character powerful. So probably going to see them come into deck with some of that, if not all of it. I mean, going back to Lungster's match, the air-to-air wall break conversion rate was off the charts. I mean, almost every one of them, except for one, led to that situation. And that's when you're like, okay, I can't make a mistake against this character who normally you think, oh, Millia gonna hit me once, not gonna do a lot, just knock me down back in the mix. But those air-to-air into wall breaks, they did 50% damage.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, that's always been one of Millia's things too. I know she had that back in the older Guilty Gears too. That's one of the few things I do know. But where she has got like the big, air-to-air, air dash, air dash, like triple air dash, like carry full screen into Bad Moon, like all the way into the corner, big damage stuff. Oh, getting in here for this. Oh, what?
Oh, dude, my bad.
That is kicking him out. What the hell? Get out of here!
I'm an apparition.
Hell.
And much like a specter exorcised from the Discord channel. Oh, that was great. But yeah, it's one of those things where when the game came out, a lot of people were like, yo, Millia doesn't have any mix, right? Like there's no Oki at all in this game, right? Like there's just none. That's what people were claiming. But having seen Macho, do what he does on Wake Up and seeing Millia from Lungster, I would disagree. I think there's very much Oki in this game and it can be very powerful.
I mean, yeah, the idea that there's no Oki in this game, it's like I think anyone who's played any of it at this point realizes that that's a little silly. But I think they said that part of their design philosophy was to minimize situations where people just got looped in Oki, right? Oki over and over and over again until you die. Which I think the big thing there is the wall break mechanic, right? At some point you're gonna break the wall and then you reset to a new stage. But that doesn't mean there's no Oki in the game, right?
Yeah. I mean, that is the case. And I think that the longer we go on, the more we're going to see people setting up things like that. And I'm sure there will be some points where we discover tech that helps, get around some of the basic Oki. I mean, OSs are always going to be searched for and discovered, no matter where you are in the game. So curious to see how much that plays into the development. And again, there are characters like Zato, Millia, that do really well from forcing you to guess at the wall. And I don't see that really changing very much. I mean, sure, you might be able to block the initial setups that are in week 2 or 3, but that's one of the things that always goes on through the game's lifespan and what makes those characters interesting.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, we're trying. For anybody who didn't see it, I did post it in the Discord. I don't know if everybody in chat here is in the Discord, but there was a tweet that went out about how maybe your download region on Steam affects your ability to connect with people. So we're doing that kind of stuff right now to make sure that we don't have any connectivity problems. So that's just taking us one extra second here, and we'll get the matches to you guys right away.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Would I have to, Matt, would I have to give them staff permissions to get into this channel with us in order for that to, or are you going to do it some kind of different way? Okay, and still have us on for commentary?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I said it earlier that, like, that wasn't, like, a solution that we were, like, really looking to do, but we could.
Right. I can do it from I can do it from my web browser and not the actual Discord app. That way I could keep you guys in the chat and we'll just watch from the browser.
Okay.
Good work.
Well, we're trying to we're trying to get it sorted out here. We'll get the matches for you guys in just a sec. But for now, yeah, I'm definitely excited to see I mean, this is going to be Leo versus Zato, which I'm not sure is a matchup I've even seen before.
I'm sure I have.
Right.
It's nothing that stands out though, and the way that Chetoo plays, or Chetoo, man, I'm gonna get that wrong the whole time now. The way that Chetoo plays Leo is a bit different from what I've seen. There's a lot of patience in Chetoo's play. Now, against a character like Zato, that might backfire, right? Because it gives Zato the chance to force you to guess a few times. Where as with the Mei, it was more of a I'm protecting against TOTSUGEKI. You saw Chetoo actually down backing a lot in neutral, maybe prepping a flash kick to respond to TOTSUGEKI coming in. So that's going to be the difference. Leo versus Zato is certainly one that I haven't seen much of, but I think that it could go either way depending on how much the oppose and unsummoned gameplay comes into a factor.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that, like, yeah, definitely having the flash kick is a powerful thing for Leo in that kind of matchup, because in the kind of gaps that we were talking about in the last match, right, we have like the gaps between the like toe stabs and stuff like that. Instead of it just being like I jump and sort of get out of the pressure, you have the potential of like, flash kick, RC, and then suddenly you're right in there,
Yeah, certainly going to be a tool that is able to break through some of the just layer depression that we saw from Macho in the previous match that Ram doesn't really have much of. We didn't see a lot of wake up super from KTang, and that might have just been the fact of not really having the chance to build a lot of meter because they were immediately on the defense most of those rounds.
Yeah.
Okay, looks like Chetoo's having more issues, so we might be doing the Discord stream route.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, Matt, as long as you think you can work that out,
I'm fairly certain I can.
Whatever works. We are down.
Okay. Chet's gonna try to make the room this time.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna get things.
And again, thanks to you
out.
guys for hanging out, watching the stream, sticking with us.
Yeah. So is cola a soup?
Is no, not that one. Like, yeah. What are some of the other questions, Matt? So JM Crofts had this theory that he used to waste time on stream, that it was like every type of food was either, what was it, a soup, a sandwich, or a slab were the three types of food that you could categorize. any food into those three things. So, and I mean, the question has been asked in chat here. How is cola a soup? It is because
Dynamite
it is
sounds
water
tired
with other
already.
things
Like,
in it, right?
he hasn't said a word on the subject. It's like, come on, man.
Okay. I mean, it's a weird world out here. You can do whatever you want, I guess. I don't really think that any of this. The sandwich part, maybe, but you know, if we're turning stuff into soup, I think that's just how you get a lot of stomach aches on the deck. You just start to say, "Oh, I'll have a side of soup," and then they bring you out a soda. I don't know if that's going to be applicable. And a slab, I mean, what does that mean? Like, what
I mean, that's like
yeah, just like,
that's
think of a steak. Just think of like a big piece of brisket,
right? Like a
just
steak or anything that's just like a chunk of food, right? Like Penguin mentioned in the chat here, wings, right? Like that would be a slab, right? Because it's just like a thing. You put some sauce on it, you eat it, right? That's the idea.
Okay.
I'm not saying I subscribe to this theory, but that's the idea.
I don't know. That
I think you're right though, that we're too busy wondering about whether or not we could, not really wondering about the dark path that it would lead us down if we start considering soda as soup.
That's a dangerous route to go. Let's keep these ideas, you know, where they belong in the shadows. We don't want to start anything. I think that my favorite though is the question of hot dogs being sandwiches. I like that discussion quite a bit.
Hot dogs being sandwiches, yeah.
Yeah, like is it or is it not? That to me makes more sense. But you know, that probably led the way to that question of it's either a soup, a sandwich, or a slab. Which, yeah, that's why we don't ask those questions.
So, I made a question. In case you need it.
Voice channel together. Get the rest of this tournament going. But yeah, I mean, is hot dog a sandwich or not?
I mean, I'd say yeah.
You think so?
I think so. It's meat, vegetables, sauces, in between some bread. I mean,
I don't know. I mean,
this might work.
I've gone back and forth between the thinking because yeah, it is, but does it matter the way that you eat the sandwich? I guess is the question. Like if it's a sandwich, it's definitely not the one that you typically eat, in the sandwich style, right? It's
it's rotated differently, right?
Right.
It's I think, yeah.
Okay.
Got a strong hot dog isn't a sandwich opinion in chat, so
it's a hard no there. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I could see the argument, but I feel like it's not. I don't think so. But
I get it.
The direction that you eat it matters, right? Like, because it's a situation where, and now we're really going to get into it. A diamond can be a square, right? But not all diamonds are squares, right? So that's the situation. Is the sandwich the square, right? And the hot dog just a shape of a sandwich, right? That's what you got to think about.
That's interesting. So if you took a sub sandwich, right? Because a sub sandwich has got kind of that long rounded feel.
Yeah.
And you turn it sideways and you just eat it the wrong way, is it no longer a sandwich? That's the question.
That's a good question. That's a good question.
Thank you for this screen, Matt. I'm pretty
sorry. I'm trying. Unfortunately, I do have to set something up.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, it looks like we're gonna be getting in there. Oh, nice. We actually do. Oh, you're a genius, Matt.
I work with the tools I'm given.
We are blessed to have Matchstick Melee here sorting out these tech problems. Yeah, we're gonna be doing some Discord screen share out in the public parks.
That's dumb that you can't watch people in the public park.
I don't really understand why they made it that way, that you can't spectate in the public park, but that's where we are.
Okay, let me...
Yeah, not quite sure about that one either, but I mean, hey, we're trying to figure it out, get it sorted.
The good news is it looks like we have love the Spanish. Yeah, Chetoo apparently playing from Mexico, which is, again, really cool thing about this game. It's open to all North America, our tournament. So Mexican players, come on in, play with us,
Yeah,
you know?
yeah,
Connection is
absolutely.
strong, we can do it.
Absolutely. All about it.
All right,
Right, I
so are
think-
we getting in there? Oh,
Participan.
yes.
Oh, even on the right side and everything.
Very nice. All right, we're
Perfect.
getting in there. Zato versus Leo.
Good
Macho
enough.
versus Chetoo. Can you not full screen that?
Duel 1. Let's rock.
We're gonna give you guys the match at least. So I mean, all right. Chetoo gets Macho in the corner right at the start, and yeah, that's what we talked about. That flash kick getting him right out, and baits the burst.
Yeah, Chetoo off to a great start for round 1. Macho at less than 10% health.
Yeah, the opposed coming out trying to make some space. A little bit of pressure on. There it is.
Oh!
Yeah, nice throw break.
Yeah.
Ooh, very nice. All right, Chetoo going up 1 round. I'm getting motion sickness watching that. Shit. All right. You're doing great. We love you. So yeah, I mean, Chetoo takes the first round there.
Yeah, definitely showing the power of that flash kick. Gets the run through, overhead connects. No burst
Oh, yeah.
available for Macho. Gonna have to take the whole thing, yeah, through the wall. Super included. Hard Oki now for Chetoo as well. But Macho, with enough super, sometimes likes to wake up and just do the super if he can, but no
Yeah.
chance.
Oh, and into the command grab. It's enough. Oh man, that's a
Wow.
grip with guts too. Wow. Chetoo taking that first round, and it's like we talked about, right? He was able to, Zato got the pressure going. He was able to flash kick out, get established pressure of his own. Nice poke at the start of the round too, and yeah, has to burst that right away.
Yeah, wants to stay away from the wall for sure. Macho trying to get things going, but Chetoo has just been really good about staying aggressive.
And the throw, back turn, gets up, gets the throw again into RC. No burst available. Not quite enough damage though. On some of the opposed, wow, just right through the pressure. He definitely knew his spot there.
Yeah, Chetoo looking like they know the Zato matchup kind of well.
Yeah,
Finding the
for
right
sure.
spots to hit buttons.
Okay, yeah, got the pressure going in the corner. The command grab again. Get
Big
those
pressure
plus
here.
frames into the overhead, breaking the wall.
Oh, RC after the projectile. Opposed going to eat the whole thing up. Macho finally getting a chance to play here.
Yeah, it's a decent little amount of damage, but he's gonna have to find 1 or 2 more good spots here. There's the burst. Could have maybe punished that.
Possibly. Okay.
All right, super coming out.
Super. Yep. Gets the Eddie meter back too with the command grab.
Yeah, got the pressure in the corner. Hits with the overhead. He's gonna get the wall break combo. Not quite enough.
Not enough. Macho going to super here. Sure will.
That should connect.
Yeah,
Yup.
yeah.
Duel 3.
All right, so Macho gets a round on the board at least.
Yeah, I mean, this is it, right? Like, if Macho gets his chance to go, this is the scenario you're going to be in. There's the flash kick getting out of the pressure.
Burst doesn't want to take that pressure at all.
Absolutely
With
not.
a high frost.
There's the sword set. Instead, gets the hit and the wall break.
Right into the wall break. Sets up Eddie. Into the corner. Blocks the overhead. It's still going though. RC getting this combo. Doesn't have
Oh,
Eddie
wall
out
squat.
though. Yeah.
Jump back. Yes. Good stuff there from Macho. Answering back
nice.
with a strong game 1 for himself.
Yeah.
This
that
is
was
why
great.
we wanted to see the match, right? Like, this is
Right?
why we wanted to make sure that we got this, because it's really good.
Yeah, this is super sick.
Duel 1.
Rematch. Plus we get those Spanish titles there. So
Exactly. Different flavors, strive flavors.
all right, there's the burst. Yep, advancing under the frog. Oppose. Nice throw. Gets over
Okay.
the counter. Throws him back into the corner. The pressure, the empty low, and the wall break. Not a ton of damage, but he's gonna get that positive bonus.
Yep, has enough to lay down super, and here it is. Just a couple of taps into that super just for plus frames, even if you FD it, right? Like, you still got to hold that.
Okay,
Another
burst out
super
of the corner.
available.
Yup. It's cool. Just does that on cool, absolutely on cooldown every time. Nice throw. That's what you got to do. We talked about that. Just throw him, right?
Yeah. YRC from Macho into a command grab. Wow. Good stuff. Not enough, though.
Not enough. Wow, that did way less than I thought. Oh, Eddie, once again, got your back.
Yo, always got your back. It's a shadow after all.
Mm-hmm.
Back turn available off of the throw.
Overhead.
No burst
That's gonna be
available.
wall splat. And the break. A lot of meter coming Chetoo's way. Pose up though, make some space for himself. Oh, big counter hit 2H.
Oh, but a defensive throw. Macho's in a little bit of trouble here.
Both of them whipping grabs.
Oh, and the dash through. Good stuff from Chetoo to even
Very
things
nice.
out. Duel 3.
1-1 rounds. Oh wow, the defensive throw there. Nice to know his spot. Oh, reflects it? Yo. Pressure going, opposes out. Gets the hit into super. Yeah, he wants to make sure he gets that wall break. Good amount of damage too.
And the Eddie meter, right? Right back and charge, forcing Chetoo to block. Pressure,
Yeah.
super available. Absolutely.
Is this? Oh, I thought that was going to connect after the projectile there.
Even if it doesn't, you know, allows Macho to push forward. But now Blue RC in the throw for Chetoo. Another throw.
Back
Macho in a
turn.
little bit of trouble.
IRC. All right, he's got a little bit of Eddie pressure going up. He's getting out of the corner. He was just Chetoo just absolutely backdashing for his life there. I've been there. Just backdash, please, 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 let me get out of here.
We've all been there for sure. It's going to be Macho going up 2-1. And, you know, after losing game one really quickly, started to answer back. And now it's up to Chetoo to make those adjustments and figure out a way to deal with Macho using super on cooldown, if possible.
Yeah, oh, goes for the command grab there. Macho jumps it though. Starts getting pressure for it. And there's the flash kick. Just burst. Doesn't even want to deal with the pressure. Yep.
Also gets the meter for it. The jump over and the air throw. Okay, Chetoo.
Oh no, Leo's going the wrong way. Oh, the opposed eats the DP. Have to burst that one for sure. Super coming right out.
Macho backdashing. Opposed coming out again.
Oh, the trades? Very nice.
Okay.
All right, so Chetoo gets one round up on the board. Trying to even this setup at 2-2. See if Macho can say anything about that.
DP at the end of the pressure to keep the turn. Chetoo just breaking out all the stops. Overhead connects
the
to
overhead.
pitch.
There's the reflect. The pressure. Oh, it's so good with those defensive throws. Blocks the overhead.
Oh, good. Great tech from
the
Macho.
grab.
Post comes out. Shadow
Nice.
Kermit.
Oh, big damage. Back to the corner, so there's going to be no wall break, but look at that damage. The super, get pressure, and he back throws.
Oh, but a gold burst from Macho is going to give him plenty of meter to do this all
more
over
bars.
again.
Oh,
Macho
nice
start
fun.
using sword set. No, goes for the Macho super again.
Goes up. Chetoo not being able to do much in this neutral for the last 30 seconds here, but gets the throw again. That was like 3 straight defensive throws in these pressure strings.
I mean, if Chetoo has the read, that's such a good option because it stops Macho from just continuing the pressure, backing Chetoo up into the wall. And I said that he needed to find an answer for Monster Super. Definitely did, right? Just jump over it clean and get ready for an air approach. And the next thing was the being interrupting the pressure with the defensive throws.
So we are 2-2. Just some 5P action there. All the way into the corner, gets the dust, baits the burst, fully charged dust for the punish.
This is really going to hurt.
A big amount of damage there. And again, with the defensive throw and the overhead. Back in Macho into the corner, YRC. Oh, backdashes the throw.
Yeah, would have taken a lot of damage if that projectile landed. There's the opposed Red RC to keep himself clean.
Nice pickup. Oh, it doesn't quite get the 2H there. Big counter hit. Jumps the throw. He sees these throws coming. Oh, the DP.
It
Only
just
hit
got him at
just
the
a
edge.
little bit, yeah.
All right. RC available for Macho if needed, but the air throw might lead to YRC. Blues instead. What a tech.
So dangerous here. Both of them in one hit. Reflects. Oh, catches him air to air. And Chetoo 1 round away from moving on.
Yeah, good chase down from Chetoo. Watch out, starting off where they want, but again, flash kick blowing up that pressure.
All right, well.
Turbulence back turn, the parry off of the jab check. This is going to do a ton. This super is
The back
hard
super
hit.
does so much damage. Oh, goes for
first
the gold,
block.
doesn't hit. No punish though. There's the dust, but he doesn't have Eddie out. He can't combo off of it. All right, getting him set up though.
Sword
There's
set.
the
Eddie
dust again. He's got him out this time for sure. That's a wall break combo.
Macho needs to live long enough to get that positive bonus going.
Oh, the oppose! He called out the slash.
Here comes the super. Will Chetoo jump? No, blocks it
Plus
instead.
frames. There's the throw. And we are on final round.
Macho hanging in there. This is such a good set.
Counter hit. Getting this big combo started. Eddie's out. You get damage. Oh, he actually gets in there with the dive and the overhead. Pushing Macho back to the corner. No burst available. Blue RC into throw.
Yeah, Macho does that really well. Now Chetoo in a little bit of trouble.
Okay, YRC. Macho in a really strong position here.
Has Eddie as well, but might not get a chance to use it. The chase down.
All right, Leo's on a roll.
Macho's going to get burst soon.
Blocks the overhead. No counter, nobody home.
Ooh, a
It's
couple
the
of
5
jabs.
Ps in the scramble. There's the DP. It's not enough.
Macho gold burst super.
Super.
What's it going to be? Blocks it. Goes for a burst,
Oh.
but no punish.
Oh my god, gets the hit. Is it enough? It is! Macho clutches it out at the very end
Wow.
with no health left.
I mean, incredible awareness for Macho at the end there to stagger, to wait to see if a flash kick was coming. That's why he didn't overcommit to heavy pressure, was just laying down some jabs and then down backing in between to see if Chetoo would try to flash kick for the round. And really great stuff from both of those
Try and
players.
get in
That
front
was
of this
incredible.
Discord here.
that was fantastic. You know, Macho coming out on top there, but it was a super close match.
Yeah, no, that was super sick. Really, really fun match, back and forth, and you can see the adaptation for the two of them over the course of the set too. Like there was a whole period where defensive throw was the meta, and then that started getting baited out, and then we saw some pretty crazy scrambly stuff towards the end there. It was a really fun set.
Yeah, definitely fun stuff. And that means Macho will be moving on in the bracket to face EddVenture.
EddVenture.
Yeah, and this is a run back, right? EddVenture, the one that sent Macho to losers in a close 3-2 set.
Yeah, 3-2 set in round 3, winners round 3. So pretty early on. It was actually Macho's first match due to a couple of DQs.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll get that sorted soon. But yeah, I guess we had some answers that we saw from the Leo matchup, right? The flash kick in and of itself being so integral to stopping a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, it's like we talked about where they're both just such heavy sort of pressure characters. And I think a lot of characters in this game are like that, right? Where it's like it's so momentum based sometimes. Either of those characters are the type of characters where it's like they function differently, but once they get rolling, you know, with Zato, it's like, can you get Eddie out with like a pressure string, right? And with Leia, similarly, it's like, can you get that slash off, get into back turn right in their face, and get that whole game going, you know? So they're both just trying to work around in the neutral, figure out a way that they can just enter into like a positive situation for themselves, and then it's like, you know, the other person has to spend a burst, and if you hit it one more time, then you're like basically good, right? That's kind of the flow there, and you got to see it come out there. It was really, really fun set, very back and forth.
Absolutely great stuff. And as you said, just the level of the meta that evolved in the match was really fun to see. So excited to see what comes next. I hear the rock song,
Yeah,
so I'm
sounds
hoping
like we're
that
getting
means,
right in there.
Yeah,
we're gonna have oh yeah, get that out of there. Oh no, we got baited.
that's rough.
All right. Well, I'm sure we'll get right back in there. In case they didn't see it, I will go ahead and tag the two of them, let them know that that failed out.
Close. We were close. 0-2, but it was close.
match day with the full panic typing in GG matches. They're like half cabs, half not cabs. I don't even know what you're doing, man.
Just trying to stop it as soon as possible, you know.
Yeah, for
But
sure.
yeah, moving into
Look, to stop big waves, you need big letters, okay?
Yeah.
moving into Axel versus Zato. Another match I haven't really seen too much. I imagine that, you know, the sickles can, aside from oppose, I think oppose really does make that matchup possible for Zato, just because it'll eat up all of Axel's long distance buttons. However, if Eddie is down, Zato really has a hard time approaching, right? Like, because yeah, he has flight in the flight dash mode, but Axel is pretty good at sniping people out the air that don't have quick air movement. So I'm curious to see how Macho is going to approach this one, and how EddVenture is going to decide between when do I press, like if a pulse is up, when do I press, or what angle do I, you know, try to press at, and how do I stay away from getting, you know, having to face down that incredible mix-up game from the corner.
Yeah, for sure. Like, this is one where it's even more probably lopsided, because the Axel doesn't have these kind of DP options like the flash kick from Millia, right? He just has to play that neutral well, or else his life gets rough real fast. And it sounds like Macho took the first game off stream there. So we will. Oh yeah, I'll be getting right back in there. I mean, at least hopefully it'll stay in there this time.
Well, let's hope so. So Macho took game one. That was super quick.
That was quick. Didn't even feel like we had to fill time at all.
All right, jump back. Some EddVenture to get things started. There it is.
Yeah, there's the oppose that you talked about. He was able to just run completely through that sickle because of that. Really have to play smart as the Axel player here, it feels like. Okay, he's got corner pressure, though. Damage into the overhead. Nice setup. And that's it. All right, let's go. Let's go, Ed. Macho. Oh my god. Big counter hit 2H at the start of the round, and the baited burst. That's not the spot where you should burst.
It's the sword.
Getting Eddie out with that sword, and there's the overhead. Yup, that's gonna be enough. Quick round right back the other way.
Yeah. This is show me your best combos of the exhibition, right?
I mean, you know, next time I run up into 2H at the start of the round and get a counter hit, I'll take a quick round too.
All right, Macho pushed back. Eddie finally back up. Eating things up, and now Macho gets to run the pressure.
Yeah, again, so much duration on that that double slash from Axel, and you gotta, like, the opposed just eats it all up.
Yeah. Right, Eddie need to charge back up. Macho has super. Does he put it out there? I think Ed was swinging as well.
Well, the RC though, nice. Just purple RC and jump out.
That's the way to go. But now you gotta guess.
There's the dust. Yup, Macho goes up 2-0. Yeah, it definitely feels like not a ton of options for this Axel once he gets put in the corner like that. You know, he was able to spend that one round kind of zoning out the whole time. Got a nice little corner sequence himself, but as soon as you start eating that pressure,
it's rough. It's really rough, because there is a low confirm off of that. If you stand up for the dust and Macho goes low, that does just as much.
Yeah.
Overhead blocked. Macho trying to escape here.
He's going for these overheads so many times in a row.
Purple RC, but Macho jumps over. Eddie back available.
So tense in the corner there. Oh, yeah, there's the overhead again. And the wall break. Can use the sword. Gets Eddie set up at the start of the round. He's already back into the corner. Okay, blocks the dust that time, but he RCs, fall into the grab. Tries to go for a little setup into dust, but it whiffs. YRC, keeping that pressure going. Is the super, is it going to hit? Okay, it hits Eddie at least.
There's him out. Macho does have burst available. Not sure if he'll use it.
Okay, nice.
That does a lot of damage. That was a jab.
Yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, that's is that just 5B or is that 6B?
It might. I'm not sure actually. It might be 6B.
I gotta look that up. Gotta hit the lab. There's the command grab. Going for the overhead setup.
Jumps out
Goes for
of
one more time.
unblockable.
Yeah, he jumps out.
That's plus. Macho had to
Yup.
burst. Needs to jump in. Drill
Oh,
just not
nice
connect.
air to air.
And you see EddVenture finally getting a chance to play. Burst the setup. I definitely agree.
Ooh, nice RC and block after the hit. Make sure he gets that
Okay.
damage first. And EddVenture getting on the
Ed-
board, 2-1.
Getting used to things, right? Like starting to adapt. The great adaptation of using purple RC to not get hit by the super there. And yeah, we're starting to see Ed make a run at it.
Yeah, I mean, like in the first couple rounds there, we definitely saw a lot of like long distance specials from Axel. Nice, blocks the setup and gets out of it. And Oppose would just sort of eat him up, and that would be the end of it. But now he's like making sure he's got meter to RC out of that. So, oh no, gets punished for the first though.
Oh,
drops
Macho
the combo.
drops. It's a lot of damage on the table, but here comes the super.
Okay, recover some time. Oppose is out. Okay, Eddie's down for now. Oh, gets the corner.
We're guarding it up, but stuck full screen. There's the Oppose again. The approach 2S gonna connect.
Oh, air throw. All right, he's getting set up now. EddVenture gonna have a hard time here in the corner. Goes for the super. I don't think
this
he's
was
doing
safe.
anything.
Yeah.
Oh, no punish though.
Punish back to full screen. Eddie yet to charge up. The gold burst though.
Gold
Macho
burst.
can
Yeah,
RC.
he's set up now for sure. This is hard. Oh, there's the dust.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I've seen that setup many times from Macho, and I still don't know how to block it.
I know, right? You're like, ah, you can block the overhead. It's got a long startup. It flashes gold. Nah, I've never blocked.
Well, speaking of never blocking, EddVenture left the back part of the controller at home. This is Trouble City.
Yeah. Huge deficit on life at this point. Also a meter deficit thanks to that positive bonus. And he's in the corner. There's the command grab. Is that enough? I don't think so.
Not a,
Oh, it
he could've-
is!
I thought it was going to kill, but could have RC'd too. So like that was.
Yeah, 3-1 to Macho. Nice work. And Macho is through to grand finals against Longster. So we got a local out here, right? Up in grand
Yeah.
finals. Feels good.
Yeah.
Feels good.
Yeah.
You love to see it.
Hey, Chicago representing, and I'm happy about it. Macho, for sure, making a statement. The losers run has been immaculate,
Oh, yeah.
and good stuff to EddVenture though, with strong Axel, and making it to losers finals is nothing to turn your nose up at all.
Yeah, I mean, Macho, like we said, technically had a couple of DQs at first, so it wasn't technically first round, but lost his first match, got knocked down to losers bracket, and then went on a run of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 straight wins through losers bracket to make it back up to grand finals. Losers bracket is harder. You got to play more matches, but he did it.
He definitely did it, and here we are, grand finals. Lungster on the Millia. Saw them against EddVenture, and I mean, like I can't talk enough about those air-to-air conversions that was so defining in the match against EddVenture.
Yeah.
Macho, we know, has been using some chicken blocking as well, right? So might be something for Lungster to key up on, though has to figure out how to approach, because 2H from Zato is a pretty decent, like deterrent from just pouring through the skies, and that's really going to be what it's all about. Is can Macho limit Lungster's movement enough to force him to block those setups?
Yeah, for sure. And this is another, again, these matchups. It's interesting matchups that we're going to get to see here, and especially because Axel is sort of the one character we've said it a lot about a lot of these characters that are up in our top 8 here, and it's also true of some of the other top tier characters in this game, where it's like they just try and get set up, and then like a couple hits, couple good mix-ups, and game just ends, right? Whereas Axel is the one character who it's like, that can happen for Axel, but more often he's trying to zone out, he's trying to land a lot of hits, keep you away from him, and it was cool. It was cool seeing him through here, but now
Absolutely.
Macho is moving on up against Lungster, and we're definitely going to have some aggressive gameplay out of Millia versus Zato.
it's a completely different matchup for Macho at this point, right? It's someone who wanted to keep Zato away to a person that's like, no, come here. I want to mix you. I need you to be close to me, you know. And so I'm curious to see how that momentum works out for Lungster, who, I mean, got through the axle, right? Like you navigated that straight. You're putting a point out there that you definitely can get in to do what you need to do. I'm really excited to see this grand finals.
Yeah, this should be great. I'm really excited. And we are getting in there, it sounds like. Macho versus Lungster. This is your grand finals for TOTSUGEKI. Everybody get hype. This is it.
This is definitely the one. Macho needs 6 games, right, to win it all. Well, Lungster has a shorter track. So let's see if this affects the way Macho approaches things.
Oh, good start. Yeah, forces the burst out of Lungster early. Nice. Reads that throw there. Pose working out.
Oh, here comes
got the super ready already.
In the air.
Okay, tries to FD it. Doesn't even reach. Nice falling button there. Woo!
Throw through the
Command dash
poles.
into throw. Blocks the burst. No punish, though.
Macho still with the life lead. Good blocks. Jumps out and away, but 6P catches him.
Ooh, 6P. Oh, double counter hit there. Right into super. Really getting this Oki going. Nice blocks. I spoke too soon.
Oh, yeah.
And that's a finish there from Lungster. Macho getting a little overwhelmed at the end of the round there.
I mean, that's what it's going to be, right? Which character can get that knockdown to set up the mix
Big
faster?
6P.
It's Macho's turn.
Yeah, Macho's got the corner. Frog is out. Nice block on the overhead.
Oh, blocked the whole string, Lungster.
Nice. Lungster knows what's up. Stays in the front. Keeps the pressure going. Nice blocks.
Right, there's the Kermit coming
Pressure
out
opposes out. Just gets out of town. Nice anti-air too. Got wall stick. There it is. And the rose to finish it off. Look at the damage onto Zato.
Super coming out, of course. Blocked into throw. We've seen that before from Macho.
All right, we have a mix this time. Oh, the defensive throw. We saw that before.
And Lungster with a lot of meter. Blue RC, red RC right back at you.
Burst. Yeah, he's got to keep himself alive. Almost no health left on Macho at this point. Okay, get something started.
And he is
so
down. Macho
tense.
needs to buy time.
Yeah, Macho's, 6P there, just trying to trade with anything. Such a hard situation as Macho. You know, he doesn't have these massive neutral buttons to really like poke out there. He's got to be so cautious about his approaches.
Yeah. And we saw Lungster there and just, I mean, blocked the full mix string of the overhead dust combo, right? So definitely knows what's up. Macho's going to have to go to a level deeper of the just Oki pressure. All right, there's the throw setup. Disc spinning.
Yep. That was the meaty setup. That's if you think they're going to press buttons right there.
Absolutely. Oh, defensive throw. Now Macho's got to guess.
Oh, and the grab this time. Yep. He's going grab throw. I mean, it looks like a fancy setup. He's just going grab throw every time.
Wow.
Hit throw.
It's, I mean, strike throw is so strong in this game, and Lungster is showing exactly why. That was a fast round 1.
Yep. All right, yep. Put the frog full screen. Pose. Neither one of them really wanted to commit to much at this point.
Oh, Macho
Nice.
gets the
Okay,
air
Macho
grab.
takes the corner. There's the command grab.
Yeah, full Eddie meter here. Lungster gonna have to guess. Goes with
and
the low
empty
option.
low. Doesn't get the full conversion though.
Sword.
Setting him right back up. Eddie's out. There's the overhead.
Went high again this time, and Macho with a perfect answering right back.
Can't block it every time, right? Pose.
Yo, strike the Vogue on him. We're going into duel 3.
Sets up the pose. It's in there. Oh, the fly fastfall into command grab. Just for mind games. Nice in the air grab right afterwards. Macho is in his head.
Yeah, playing at a different speed right now. Gets the wall break and going to have positive bonus. Super gotta imagine this coming out, and here it is.
Yep.
Force back into the corner. Is it going to be the low? Did go for it, but the burst.
Oh, the full screen hair car catches him. YRC, nice throw attack.
The blocks from Macho.
Yeah, wow. Such good awareness there to block. Oh, the big 2H.
That's the button that I was talking about to kind of protect on the other side, right? It's a really good one if you time it well. And Macho tying things up one game apiece.
Yeah, and I mean, Millia, she really loves to get up in the air, kind of move back and forth in this space where it's hard to anti-air her, but that button has such a huge vertical range that even in like some matchups where a lot of the matchups she might be able to be out of space and be pretty safe, he can just throw that out and smack her out of whatever she's doing.
Oh, Drill interrupts the hair car, puts out the speed bump.
Oh, baits the burst. No punish, though.
Staggered pressure. Lust Shaker into a sweet finish.
There's the wall flat and the break.
Lungster
off to a strong start here. YRC? No, oh, that was so good. Just go up, block the oppose, YRC.
Okay.
Not a bad option. Not a bad option.
Straight into duel 2 we go. Hair card blocked.
Should be punishable, right?
It's a bit difficult. It is, but it is a bit difficult.
I mean, I don't know what options Zato has, really.
Macho out of the corner, hanging out, finally gets the setup. YRC immediately from Lungster wants no parts.
Oh, goes for a throw, gets jumped. Nice, getting back into the corner. There is that wall break.
Macho does have super, he's gonna use it. Yeah, immediately.
Yeah, let's try and get this started, right?
Pose into the Shadow Kermit here. Lungster caught in the corner. Good up back to block the dust.
Chicken guards it and gets the throw afterwards. Very nice. Lungster, one game away from taking this without the bracket reset. Macho's got to figure something out here.
That was really good. I like that from Lungster, just up backing, knowing that, you know, hey, overhead might come and it avoids the low. The danger of that is like you get caught in your jump frames, but knew he had enough time to do it.
The 6P at the start of the round. Okay, getting started. Good block on the cross-ups. There's the throw, though. Macho on defense, thrown again. What's it this time? Okay, breaks the third throw.
Yeah, but Lungster gets to keep the pressure going.
Blocks the bad moon.
Oh, caught him looking.
Emphatic finish to that round from Lungster. He is one game away from taking this tournament.
I'm talking about fastball painting the corner type of just staring at it, and it's like that sometimes.
Runs up and throws him straight through the oppose at the start of the round. Gets the conversion afterwards. Okay, not able to get the wall break combo. Gets another throw, though. It's the Oki. Oh, throw again.
This is looking really rough. Gold
Macho tries the gold burst. So hard here.
Sonic spin ball plus frames. Super coming out, but Lungster's already in the air. Can probably guard it up and does, but Macho finally putting some more pressure down.
Gotta find something quick here. Not a lot of health left on Macho.
Just gotta wait till Eddie comes back up.
Oh, that's a conversion. Is it enough? No, it's not quite enough. Oh, it is! I lied! Oh my god, and Lungster takes it.
Lungster putting in all kinds of work on the Millia and will be your TOTSUGEKI #1 grand champion. Wow. I mean,
yeah, well, I mean, amazing run to Macho. Obviously, everybody give shout outs to Macho because that was a really great run, really amazing Zato play. But Lungster with the Millia, look, I mean, honestly, unfazed through this whole tournament, basically, right? Barely lost any rounds. I mean, like, lost what, 1, 2, 3 games in the whole tournament?
Yeah. I mean, really showing the strength of strike throw in this game, right? Just set up disc Oki. Sure. You know you can't press a button, right? Like you have to block. And Lungster taking full advantage of that. Sometimes getting 2 or 3 throws in a row before going with the meaty option. It's just really good stuff in awareness. And like I said, that combined with the air conversions is really what made Lungster scary, because you couldn't take to the skies to try to escape the ground game. Because if you messed up, that was guaranteed 50% damage and positive bonus for Lungster.
Yeah, and I think when we had seen Lungster earlier on in the bracket, there was a lot more sort of like set up the disc, left, right, high, low, that type of stuff. Like, you know, kind of cute mix-ups. But like when it really came down to it in the grand finals, yeah, got Macho in the corner, strike or throw every time. That's that 50-50. Because if you just get hit with like a, you know, a 5S or whatever, just a jump normal counter hit trying to tech a throw, you're just done for.
Yeah, you're blown up. So, congratulations to Lungster. Happy to see Millia kind of come through bracket, right? Like one of the characters that you don't see that much, and saw the power of it. And that's what I love so much about this game is it's just
For
providing
sure.
really
And that's
exciting options.
Yeah, that's again, we talked about Longstar, not a player I'm super familiar with. On the other hand, there are some players in here who I know are really good players. There are names in this bracket, right? And Longstar just absolutely cruising, putting on a clinic with Millia, and finally sealing grand finals over Macho. So super well played to Longstar. Thank you for being here to Lungster and all of the competitors, and also thanks to everyone who watched, everyone who contributed to the match arena. Of course, huge thank you to my co-commentator here, Dynamite. Go follow him on Twitter, BLM Dynamite. Matchstick Melee, Penguin for helping out with the brackets. I appreciate all of you, and of course all of you in the chat helped out with the match arena, all that stuff. So thank you to everyone. We couldn't have done this without you, and I'm gonna throw it over to Matt to take us out.
Okay. Well, thank you, Doc. Thank you, Dynamite. You guys did an amazing job, especially with all the in-between time we had today. Yeah, hopefully, audience, this sort of thing gets ironed out by the next time TOTSUGEKI comes around. Big thanks to Penguin. Did a pretty great job running through the brackets today, despite this being his first time doing the job. So that should get smoother as well. And extra big shout outs to Chetoo, who was able to Discord stream us his match there in loser semis so that we could keep an eye on things and keep you guys up to date and entertained. So yeah, good stuff all around. I'd say from everybody. Like, the audience was great. You guys have been like super generous with especially the Mastermind RD. Big shout outs to this individual throwing all the bits at us. But we also want to give thanks to everybody who gave us a follow. So just going down the list, Chetoo Gamer, thank you. Tainemu, Yada GSS, Entaga, Demi Sardonic, BLM. Hey, that's you! It's BLM Dynamite, everybody! Mastermind RD, Pork Raven. You guys are all awesome. Thank you so much for that. And we encourage you guys to follow the channel if you haven't already, just so you know when we go live, because we do bring, we do a lot of tournaments. Going from Street Fighter, Tekken, Grand Blue Fantasy, Guilty Gear Strive on both PS4 on a weekly, and part of TOTSUGEKI on the monthly. So you'll want to know when we're going live, so you can catch all that action. Oh, hey, Boog, you're the best. I love you too, buddy. But before we go, just want to hit you with that the channel schedule a little bit. So join me over here for the advertisements, if you would. So yeah, speaking of Grand Blue Fantasy Versus, we play PC every Thursday night here at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. It's a good group. We got, I don't know if anybody here is in the Grand Blue Fantasy Versus community, but they are a cheerful and generous bunch. We had a match-arena for them just this last Thursday that went to, $75 by the end of it for a 8-person bracket. Like, that is a level of support that is rarely seen amongst a lot of the other communities, and I think it's great. And these guys play at the top of their level, so definitely come through for that. If you'd like to join, we'll always be tweeting about it beforehand, so come out for that. Let's see. Boop. Of course, don't forget about TOTSUGEKI. It's on May 27th every month. You can catch that right here on twitch.tv/MatchstickMelee. Dr. Science and BLM Dynamite holding it down on the mics while me and Penguin work like the tiny little elves we are in the background. And of course, we've got our weekly Street Fighter V tournaments. Those are CFN, of course, cross-platform. It functions. But those also get Match Arena supported every other week and are a part of the Ohio FGC Columbus Fighting Games and are hosted on this channel. And we will tweet about all these tournaments as they come through. But that's all I've got. Also, keep an eye out for when we start resuming locals. You'll be able to catch us at various IRL events throughout the year as well. And come up and talk to us if you see us, and we'll gladly shake your hand and say what's up. And I guess that's all I've got. So once again, big thanks to Dr. Science, our head TO, BLM Dynamite, for coming in with mic assistance, keeping up the good banter during the downtime. And yeah, I look forward to the next one. I hope you guys all do too.
Yep. See you guys.
Yep.
See you next time.
Peace and love.
Have a wonderful afternoon. Peace.